The Last Confession of Marcus Hale, Chapter 1. The Letter. The rain had been falling for hours. Not the kind of rain that comes and goes, but the steady, relentless kind that paints the streets silver and makes the world smell like rust and regret. From the cracked window of his second-floor office, Marcus Hale watched the drops slide down the glass in crooked lines, tracing the outline of a city that had forgotten its own conscience. He sat behind his desk, a cigarette half burned between his fingers, the ash long and trembling. The desk was littered with the usual: a stack of unpaid bills, a cold cup of coffee, and a typewriter that hadn't seen a page of truth in months. His name was still stenciled on the frosted glass door outside: Marcus Hale, Private Investigations. But most of his clients these days were ghosts. He wasn't supposed to be working anymore. After the incident 2 years ago, the department made sure of that. The explosion, the fire, the dead girl, whatever the papers wanted to call it, it had ended his career and what was left of his sanity. He'd woken up in a hospital with a concussion, 2 broken ribs, and a memory that felt like a film reel burned through in all the wrong places. The doctors called it transient amnesia. Marcus called it convenient. Because deep down, he didn't want to remember. He took another drag from the cigarette, eyes drawn to the corner of the desk where a single envelope lay. No return address. Just his name, written in a hand that made his chest tighten, a slow, uneven scrawl, like the writer was shaking. He'd found it slipped under the office door that morning. The paper was cheap, the ink smudged, but the handwriting, he knew it, or thought he did. He tore it open, careful, deliberate. Inside was one sheet of paper, folded once. "I killed her, Marcus, but I don't remember why. M.H." Marcus stared at the initials for a long time. His own. At first, he laughed, a sharp, broken sound that bounced off the empty walls. Then the laughter died in his throat. There was something familiar about the weight of the paper, the faint scent of cologne that lingered on it, his own scent. He reached for the bottom drawer of his desk, pulling out a bottle of bourbon and pouring 2 fingers' worth into a chipped glass. The burn steadied his hands, but not his thoughts. If it was a joke, it was a cruel one. If it wasn't, he leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling, trying to piece together fragments of his missing past. The woman in the fire, he remembered her hair, dark and wet with blood. He remembered her voice, faint and trembling. But her name, her face, gone. The sound of footsteps in the hallway pulled him out of the fog. Heavy boots, deliberate. Someone was coming up the stairs. Marcus reached for the revolver in the drawer, checked the cylinder, loaded. The footsteps stopped outside his door. A pause, then a knock. "Come in," Marcus said. His voice came out rough, like sandpaper. The door creaked open, and Detective Claire Donovan stepped inside. She looked the same: sharp suit, sharper eyes, the kind of woman who carried both authority and exhaustion like armor. "Still alive," she said, closing the door behind her. "I was starting to think you'd finally pick a fight with someone younger and faster." Marcus smirked. "You know me, Claire. I only fight people who deserve it. That's your problem. You think everyone does." She set a manila folder on his desk, brushing aside the cigarette ash. The folder bore the seal of the NYPD, his old department. "I'm not here for small talk," she said. "We've got a problem." Marcus took the folder, flipping it open. Inside were photos, crime scene shots. A woman, late 20s, pale as porcelain, lying on a motel bed, strangled. No sign of struggle, her eyes still open. He swallowed hard. Something inside him twisted. "What's this got to do with me?" Claire hesitated. Her name's Evelyn Cross. She was found 2 nights ago at the Millhaven Motel. Marcus nodded slowly. The name didn't ring a bell. Claire's voice softened. Your fingerprints were on the glass beside her bed. The air seemed to drain out of the room. Marcus stared at her, trying to read the expression in her eyes. Pity, maybe. Or fear. That's impossible, he said. She reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a small evidence bag. Inside was a second envelope identical to the one on his desk. Same handwriting, same initials. I killed her, but I don't remember why. M.H. Claire laid it beside his own letter. They found this in her purse. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The rain outside grew heavier, hammering against the window like it was trying to get in. Marcus took another sip of bourbon, his pulse drumming in his ears. You think I did this? I think, she said carefully, someone wants it to look like you did. He wanted to believe that. He really did. But the letters, the fingerprints, the gaps in his memory, it all circled back to him like vultures around a corpse. Evelyn Cross, he murmured. Who was she? Claire sighed. Local journalist. Used to write for the Tribune. She'd been digging into something big before she died. I can't say more until I know what. Marcus leaned back, eyes closing. And you came to me because? Because you know how this works. You taught me half of it. That earned her a faint, humorless smile. You're not on the force anymore, Hale. But if this is connected to your past, if it's got anything to do with that fire 2 years ago, you need to start remembering. He opened his eyes. You think this ties back to the Addison case? I think everything does. She turned toward the door, pausing in the frame. Be careful, Marcus. You might not like what you remember. The door closed behind her, and the silence rushed back in. Marcus sat there for a long time, staring at the 2 envelopes side by side. The handwriting, the smell, the ink, it was all him, but that didn't mean he'd written them. He stood, grabbing his coat from the rack. The bourbon was still burning in his chest, his mind already calculating the next move. The Millhaven Motel was 6 blocks away. Maybe if he stood where she died, looked where she looked, he could find something the cops missed. Or maybe he just wanted to see the ghost for himself. Outside, the city was drowning in rain. The neon lights bled into the puddles, turning the street into a blurred watercolor of sin. Marcus pulled his collar up and started walking. The Millhaven Motel was the kind of place that didn't ask questions. A neon sign buzzed overhead, flickering like a dying heartbeat. The lobby smelled of bleach and cheap cologne. The night clerk barely looked up from his magazine when Marcus flashed his old badge. Room 9, he muttered. End of the hall. The room was taped off, but the tape didn't stop Marcus. He ducked under and stepped inside. The air was cold, stale, haunted by perfume and decay. The bed was stripped, but he could still see the faint outline where Evelyn Cross had lain. He took out his lighter, flicked it open. The flame danced over the glass beside the bed, the same one the cops had taken photos of. He ran his finger along the rim. Clean. Someone had wiped it since. He crouched beside the nightstand. A single drawer, half open. Inside, a notebook. He flipped through the pages. Most were filled with shorthand notes, coded references. A, H, equals source. Project Echo. M, H, knows. The last page was torn out. He sat on the edge of the bed, head spinning. Project Echo. The word hit something deep inside him, like a nail against a nerve. He'd heard it before. Somewhere in the haze of his lost years. Before he could think, the floor creaked behind him. Marcus turned too slow. A shadow moved from the doorway. He caught the glint of something metal before pain exploded at the back of his skull. The world went black. When he came to, the room was darker, colder. The clock on the wall ticked past 3 a.m. His head throbbed. The notebook was gone. So was his revolver. But the envelope was still on the nightstand. A new one. He reached for it with shaking hands. Inside, a single line written in that same jagged hand, "You're getting close, Marcus. Don't make the same mistake twice." Chapter 2. The Woman in Smoke. The city never slept. It merely changed its mask. By dawn, the rain had slowed to a whisper, and the streets of Manhattan looked washed clean, though Marcus knew better. Dirt like this didn't rinse away. It just sank deeper. He stood at the edge of Pier 19, coat collar turned up against the damp wind that rolled off the river. The bruise at the back of his skull pulsed with every heartbeat. Whoever hit him at the motel had known exactly where to aim enough to drop him, not enough to kill. That meant a message, not a murder. He'd checked his pockets. His wallet was still there, his keys too. Only the notebook and his revolver were gone. That said more than words ever could. Whoever had taken them knew exactly what they wanted. Marcus took out the cigarette pack from his coat, found only one left, and lit it with a shaky hand. Smoke filled his lungs, sharp and bitter, grounding him for the first time since the motel. The memory of the note burned in his head. "You're getting close, Marcus. Don't make the same mistake twice." But what mistake? The past 2 years of his life were a black hole. He remembered fragments: the sound of fire, the smell of gasoline, a woman's scream echoing through static. Addison, that name kept coming back. But he didn't know if it belonged to a person or a place. A faint voice broke through the fog behind him. "You shouldn't be here." He turned. A woman leaned against a lamppost at the end of the pier. Blonde, mid-30s, trench coat too elegant for this part of town, cigarette in one hand, eyes like glass clear, unblinking, dangerous. Marcus studied her a moment before replying. "You're following me? Or that just coincidence?" She smiled faintly. "Maybe both." "He as D H sev face S tend H sage sem D sem tens." She stepped closer, her heels clicking against the wet concrete. "You're Marcus Hale." "Used to be," he said. "Depends who's asking. Someone who's been trying to find you." "My name's Iris Lang. I worked with Evelyn Cross." The name sent a ripple through him. "You're a journalist?" "I was," she said. "Now I'm just someone who knows when a story's too dangerous to print." He flicked his cigarette into the river. "You think Evelyn's death was about a story?" Iris took a drag, exhaled slow. She was investigating Project Echo, some kind of experimental memory therapy funded by a private defense contractor. She thought it had ties to the police department and to a detective who vanished after the Addison fire. Marcus froze. "That detective being me?" Her gaze didn't waver. "She thought you were her key source, Marcus. She said you knew what happened. You just didn't remember." He let out a low, humorless laugh. "Then she was half right." Iris stepped closer, her voice dropping. "Evelyn trusted you, said you gave her something, a flash drive. She was supposed to meet me the night she died. She never showed." Marcus frowned. "I never gave her anything." She arched a brow. "Maybe not recently." The words hit harder than they should have. Maybe there was a time he'd met Evelyn Cross, in the void of those lost months. Maybe he'd been her source. Maybe he'd set her up. Iris stubbed out her cigarette on the pier rail. "If someone's framing you, they're doing it clean. But if they're trying to warn you, that's worse. It means you already did something worth killing for. Marcus looked out across the water. The sun was rising now, bleeding orange over the skyline. It looked almost peaceful if you ignored the rot underneath. "Where can I find this contractor?" he asked. She hesitated. "You sure you want to dig that deep?" Evelyn said, "Once you start, there's no going back." "I've already been back," he said quietly, "and it's empty." Iris handed him a folded paper. Address of a man named Arthur Hennings. Used to head the research division for the company funding Echo. He resigned last year. Lives in a brownstone on 34th and Lexington. If he's still breathing, he knows something. Marcus tucked the note into his coat. "Thanks." She gave a small nod, then turned to leave. But before she disappeared into the mist, she looked over her shoulder. "Marcus," she said softly, "whatever you did, make sure remembering it doesn't kill you." The brownstone was the kind of place that reeked of quiet money and paranoia. Iron bars on the windows, reinforced locks, a camera over the door. Marcus rang the bell twice before a voice crackled through the intercom. "Who is it?" "Marcus Hale. I need to talk to you about Project Echo." A long pause. Then the lock clicked. Inside, the place was dark, curtains drawn. Arthur Hennings looked like a man who'd aged a decade overnight, thin, pale, eyes darting like a hunted animal. He wore a bathrobe and held a glass of scotch, even though it was barely 9 a.m. "Jesus Christ," Hennings whispered. "You're supposed to be dead." Marcus stepped inside, closing the door. "That makes two of us." Hennings sank into a chair, trembling. "They told me the fire killed you. They said the case was sealed." "What case?" "As I." Hennings glanced toward the windows. "Addison. The girl. The program. Everything. You really don't remember?" "Try me." He rubbed his temples. Project Echo was never about therapy. It was interrogation science memory extraction through induced trauma. They thought they could access suppressed memories by replicating emotional shock. "You were one of their early field testers." Marcus froze. "I was a cop, not a lab rat." "You were both," Hennings said. "You volunteered. The department funded it, off-book psychological enhancement, they called it. We implanted false triggers to see if selective recall could help detectives reconstruct crime scenes." Marcus's stomach turned. "And Addison? Your test subject, a confidential informant. But she found out what we were doing, tried to expose it. You went to stop her. Something went wrong. The building caught fire. She died. The shock broke your conditioning and your memory." Marcus's breath caught. Images flickered at the edge of his vision fire, screaming. His own hands covered in soot and blood. He staggered back, gripping the wall. "You're saying I killed her?" Hennings shook his head. "I'm saying you were made to. You were their experiment." The sound of breaking glass cut through the air. Marcus turned too late. The front window shattered inward, and a bullet tore through Hennings's chest. The old man crumpled, blood blooming through his robe like dark flowers. Marcus dove for cover as another shot cracked the air, splintering the doorframe. He crawled toward Hennings, but the man was already gone, eyes open, mouth frozen mid-confession. Outside, the roar of an engine faded into the distance. Whoever had fired the shot was long gone. Marcus cursed under his breath. He grabbed the folder from Hennings's desk, labeled Echo 7 divided by MH prototype, and stuffed it into his coat before slipping out the back. The streets blurred around him as he walked, half dazed. The folder weighed heavy in his pocket, heavier than guilt. He ducked into a narrow alley, catching his reflection in a cracked window. Same face, same scars, but behind the eyes, something darker. He opened the folder. Inside were reports, diagrams, and a photograph of a woman, Addison Vale, 27. Civilian informant, deceased. The next page was worse. Subject MH01. Photo, Marcus Hale. Notes. Subject displays violent dissociative responses to visual triggers. Suggests conditioning for recall protocol Alpha 9. His hands trembled. He turned another page and found a USB drive taped inside. Beside it, a single line scrawled in Hennings's handwriting. If you want to know what really happened, listen. And is Mark. Marcus closed the folder, heart pounding. The city around him felt suddenly alien, like he was walking through someone else's dream. He slipped into a diner at the corner of 8th, ordered black coffee, and opened his laptop. The flash drive clicked into the port, the screen flickering to life. A single audio file. Addison, tape, final, MP3. He pressed play. Static. Then a woman's voice, trembling, desperate. Marcus, if you're hearing this, it means I didn't make it out. They're going to say you killed me, but it isn't true. They made you forget. Please don't let them do it again. Her voice broke, then steadied. They call it echo because they think memory is a sound. But it isn't. It's pain repeating itself. And they're still using it. The recording ended in a burst of static. Marcus sat frozen, staring at the screen until the coffee went cold. Somewhere deep in his mind, a door he'd kept locked for years was beginning to creak open. He pulled the drive free, pocketed it, and left a few crumpled bills on the counter. As he stepped back into the gray morning, a single thought repeated in his head like a mantra he didn't choose. They made me forget. He didn't see the black sedan parked across the street until it was too late. The engine roared to life, headlights flaring in the fog. Marcus barely leapt aside as the car sped toward him, grazing his shoulder and slamming into a lamppost. The driver's door burst open. A man in a black coat stepped out, gun in hand. Marcus fired first. He'd stolen a pistol off Hennings's shelf before leaving. The shot hit the man square in the chest. He dropped instantly, the gun clattering onto the wet pavement. Marcus approached slowly, heart hammering. The shooter was young, clean-shaven, professional. Not a thug, a soldier. He crouched, pried open the man's coat. Inside was a badge, Cortex Security Division. The same company that ran Project Echo. Marcus straightened, the rain starting up again. The city was whispering now, a low hum under the storm. Every piece was falling into place. But the picture it was forming terrified him. Chapter 3. Echoes in the Bones. He spent the rest of the morning moving like a shadow through a city that suddenly remembered his name. Every intersection felt like a mirror held too close. Every siren a hand pressed to his throat. The wind had scraped itself raw. By the time Marcus reached his office, the drizzle had thinned to mist and turned the hallway lights into pale coins on the floor. He didn't bother with the overhead. He closed the door, slid the deadbolt, and let the gray come with him. The desk waited. The bourbon waited. The 2 envelopes waited. He wasn't ready for any of them. He set the Echo folder on the desk and opened it as if the paper might bite. Reports. Charts. The language of men who force meaning into small boxes and then forget there were people inside. In the margins, Hennings had scribbled a few human words: risk unacceptable. Subject dissociation remains unstable. Addison not a suitable candidate. Addison Vale looked up at him from a black and white glossy, hair pinned back, a face you wanted to trust. 27. He tried to imagine her voice without the static from the file and failed. The caption beneath the picture meant nothing. It was the date that made his throat tighten 3 weeks before the fire. He found the flash drive in his pocket and set it on the blotter, careful not to let it touch either letter. For a while he just listened to the building breathe, water ticking through pipes, someone arguing 2 floors down, the stubborn elevator refusing its job. He rubbed the bruise on his skull and tried not to remember how good it felt to aim. There was a knock much lighter than Claire's, softer than a cop's. He left the revolver holstered and opened the door to Iris Lang. She stepped inside with rain in her eyelashes and cigarette smoke for perfume. "I wasn't followed," she said, automatically, "the way you tell the room you're unarmed." "You move quietly," he said. "I practiced." She looked at the folder on the desk. Hennings was. Marcus shut the door. Someone put a bullet through the window. Clean, professional. Iris drifted to the desk and put a finger on the top page as if she were giving last rites to a stack of paper. "Did he tell you?" "Enough to hate myself more efficiently." He watched her eyes scan the mess. She didn't flinch at the words men used to excuse themselves. Exposure, stimulus, compliance. Her gaze snagged on a column header. Visual triggers. She read the items under it aloud, barely a whisper. Purple scarf, nursery rhyme, 3 blind mice. Chemical odor gasoline, strobing light, 4 hertzes. She swallowed. "They trained you like a gun dog." Marcus kept his face blank. "What about you? What about me? You and Evelyn. You were onto this how deep?" "Deep enough to get her killed and to make my editor pretend he never learned my middle name." She lifted her eyes. "If you didn't give her that drive, someone wanted us to believe you did. Someone who knows me better than I do." He pushed the flash drive toward her. "There's an audio file. Addison speaking, right before she died. I need you to copy it. Hide it somewhere I'll never think to look." She hesitated. "If I take this, I'm marked." "You were marked when you shared a byline with a dead woman." He softened the words with something that failed to be a smile. "You don't owe me anything. You owe her everything." She slid the drive into an inner pocket and nodded, the brittle kind, as if her neck were glass. Marcus drew one more item from his pocket. The Cortec badge taken from the dead shooter by the lamppost. He placed it beside the reports. "They're not sending amateurs." "No," she said, staring at the logo until it blurred. "But this is too loud. A daylight hit on a known corporate defector? They're either desperate or confident we won't live long enough to describe them. I'm betting both." He tapped the file. "How'd you find Hennings?" "Evelyn." Iris breathed his name like a prayer she doubted. "The night before she died, she left me a voicemail, the last thing she ever said to me. She mentioned 3 names. Hennings was one. The other 2 were redacted into ghosts. Dr. Sloan and Kincaid." "Kincaid," he repeated. The name sat in his mouth with a policeman's weight. "Deputy Commissioner Kincaid still warms a chair downtown. He liked his files closed and his witnesses muzzled." "And Sloan?" "I don't know the doctor," he said, and felt the lie turn warm in his pocket. "You know the doctor. The reports made sure of that. Primary clinical lead, Dr. Miriam Sloan." Iris followed his eyes and found the name, too. She inhaled as if the syllables stung. "If Sloan's still working, she'll be insulated. A 6 shell companies between her and any paper trail. But Kincaid, he lives on signatures. Then we find one he regrets." Marcus closed the file and slipped it back toward the drawer. "I need to look at Addison's case report. Officially sealed, unofficially caked in dust. The archives are a morgue some corpses sit up if you ask them right. What do you need me to do?" make me unalone. He checked the clock, surprised to find the day still had bones left. If I walk into headquarters by myself, the metal detector will develop a grudge and the lobby will grow cameras. If I walk in with a reporter who knows which elevator smells like old money, we look like a meeting, not a confession. Iris smiled without warmth. You forget, I burned my press pass the day the paper buried Evelyn. All I have now is a voice that people hang up on. That's fine. I only need you to be a person in a hallway. Even better, I can do that. She glanced at the letters on his desk. What are those? The second worst thing I've ever read. He didn't touch them. Let's go. And Amurgar. The elevator shuttered them down to the lobby like a throat deciding. Outside, the light had sharpened enough to show color on the puddles. Two men on the corner pretended to argue over a lottery ticket and watched the door as if it owed them money. Marcus took a long curve around a delivery truck and saw their eyes slide off him. He led Iris through streets. He knew the way a blind man knows the song of his own block. Headquarters rose ahead, stone that had learned to imitate power. He hated the building and loved its shadows. Inside, the security desk greeted them with a sigh older than the paint. Hale. The guard's name tag said Ortega. Marcus had shared a hospital waiting room with him once, back when a rookie bled out in a hallway from a knife meant for nobody. Ortega's eyes softened, and then remembered not to. Afternoon, Marcus said. We're here to see records. Ortega gave Iris a look that asked polite questions and received impolite answers. She with you? She's nobody, Marcus said, and felt the way Iris's shoulders stiffened next to him. I mean, she's not on any list that would concern you. I'm concerned by everything. Ortega pushed the visitor log forward. Sign in, both. He didn't ask for ID. And the scanner chose to be asleep. Marcus wrote a name that wasn't Iris's and a phone number that became nonsense halfway through. The gate clicked as if it loved rule breakers. They took the stairs instead of the elevator and let floor 2 become floor 3 become a breathing problem. The archive sat at the end of a hallway that had decided windows were a bad idea. A bronze placard next to the door said, Records. Like an apology, behind the counter, a woman with a bun that could repel magnets looked up. We're short-staffed. She said it the way morticians tell you flowers are optional. I only need one staff, Marcus said. Addison Vale. 2 years ago, fire on Ludlow. Case closed pending, he fished for the lie. Pending something that never happened. The woman's expression did competent math on the unlikelihood of his request and then recognized him. Hale, present. You're not supposed to be here. And yet, he let a hint of tired charm escape. I know the box number is killing to remember. Humor me. She breathed out through her nose, the bureaucrat's standard prayer. Fingers rattled keys, paused, rattled again. Box 74822 amperes. You didn't get it from me. I didn't even get me from you. He signed a yellow card shoved toward him and took the corridor left, back into the place where paper goes to age. Rows of shelves made canyons of cardboard. Marcus moved through them with a particular reverence he didn't give to churches. He found 700, then 740, then an aisle that smelled like old smoke that nobody admitted. 74822. Amperes looked like it had been opened once too often, and never enough. He pulled it down. Iris stood close enough that he could hear her breath adjust itself to match his. Together, they opened the coffin's lid. Files. Photos. A fire marshal's report typed with the impatience of a man who learned to distrust adjectives. 3 names repeated across the sheaf like fingerprints. Addison Vale, Marcus Hale, Miriam Sloan, then a fourth that tightened something behind Marcus's ribs. Evelyn Cross not as a victim, not then, but listed as freelancer, present at scene. A note crossed out later with a pen that pressed too hard. Iris touched the struck-through line as if to soothe it. She was there. Journalists arrive faster than ambulances when the call is right. He turned pages until a grainy photo caught him under the tongue. A basement door warped by heat, a wall black with smoke except for a rectangle the size of a picture frame pale where something once hung. He looked at the caption, "Recovered item, mirror shattered." His hand went to his temple, not to the bruise, but to the place where doctors more patient than God had pressed a light into his pupil and promised him a future without some parts. "Mirror," he said. Iris watched him. "Trigger? Maybe." He closed his eyes. In the dark, the basement flared around him, young again, like a sin remembered not for the first time but for the most recent. 3 blind mice hummed in a corner as if from a child's wind-up toy. Light flickered at a pulse that became his. Gasoline sweated out of the walls. A scarf purple, so loud it dyed the air, snapped in the heat, and someone said his name in a tone that meant stay and run at the same time. "Marcus." Iris's voice pulled him back with the care of a surgeon. "Not here." He opened his eyes to paper and fluorescent remorse. His hand came away from his temple wet, and he realized he'd been gripping his hair so hard his nails taught him to bleed. He turned to the bottom of the box and found a small evidence bag with a key inside, long and old-fashioned, like it belonged to a train station that believed in hats. The tag had been half torn. The numbers read 317, the rest smudged into maybe. He held it up. "Locker." "Which one?" Iris asked. "Every station that hasn't modernized out of guilt." He pictured the old lockers, the kind that survive because the man who owned the padlock died in a decade that pretended. Subway or bus terminal. The number's too low for Midtown. East Side? Maybe the old depot near Delancey. Or Penn, she said. They keep bad decisions in the walls there. Penn's too clean to be this dirty. He pocketed the key. "We'll start where it all burned." A throat cleared behind them. A respectable throat that had been to fundraisers. Marcus turned, and the shelves made a narrow frame for Deputy Commissioner Kincaid. He had the kind of face that took light, the way a safe takes a crowbar reluctantly and with a desire to involve lawyers. His suit was the color of consequences. The man behind him wore a bland tie and a smile that meant accounting. The woman to his left wore plain clothes badly and her hand close to her holster well. "Hale," Kincaid said, making the name taste wrong. "The prodigal returns to rummage." "Factor in interest," Marcus said. "You'll owe me a feast." Kincaid let his gaze travel across the open box and settle on Iris. The pause before his question suggested a file cabinet sliding open. "And you are?" "Nobody," Iris said without flinch. "Journalists have the best invisibility cloaks," Kincaid murmured. He stepped closer to the box without touching it. "That case is sealed, and yet you found it." Marcus kept his hands where everyone could see how unshaking they were. "Maybe the seal didn't like you either. You should have stayed retired," Kincaid said, but managed to make it sound like exiled. "You left a trail today, Hennings. The scene still smells like glass. I had to call someone to clean the sidewalk for the neighbors." "Send them the bill," Marcus said. "Cortec can afford it." A small crack appeared in the woman's composure. The man's smile filed the name away. Kincaid didn't blink. "Cortec is a security contractor with city partnerships. You would not understand the paperwork." "Paperwork!" Marcus repeated, tasting the word. It's like oxygen for men like you. Stop breathing it and see what grows in your chest. Kincaid studied him as if his face were a budget line. Whatever you think you remember about that fire, unthink it. The department has moved on. Addison Vale hasn't, Marcus said. Evelyn Cross hasn't. I saw her in your file before someone pretended she wasn't. Kincaid's eyes cooled. You're making the ugly assumption that document tampering is a sport I enjoy. Careful, there are referees. Are there? Marcus asked. I've only ever seen men with whistles and selective hearing. For a second, Kincaid's jaw set in a way that declared old injuries healing wrong. Then the expression slid away, replaced by the reasonable concern of a man who could make winter a policy. Leave the box, he said. Walk away. You can still be nobody. That's already taken, Iris said. Kincaid's gaze flicked to her. Miss Still Nobody, she said. Sunnier. It's trending. Kincaid gave the half-smile he reserved for the moments before requests became orders. Detective Donovan has been assigned to monitor any resurgence of interest in historical incidents. If she finds you, and she will, she'll remind you of our capacity for patience. Claire has a better memory for human beings than your office allows, Marcus said. Something breathed behind Kincaid's eyes and was told to stop. He nodded to the woman. She stepped forward, and for a heartbeat Marcus saw the movement that would bring her hand to her gun if he reached anywhere he shouldn't. He lifted his palms an inch and kept them there long enough to write a sentence. Iris closed the box. She did it gently, an act of mercy for paper. Kincaid's people took it. Marcus held on to the air where the weight had been. Good day, Kincaid said, having one. He left the aisle without turning, because men like him walk away from fires as if they lit them with a remote. The quiet they left behind came back embarrassed. Iris tilted her head and whispered, He knows about Penn and Delancey and about the key you didn't show him. He knows the part of me they paid to learn, Marcus said. He knows the rest by instinct. They waited a minute that lasted longer. Then they left the archives and walked into a hallway that tried not to look watched. Iris kept her voice low. Claire, can you trust her? I can trust the version of her who used to believe me, he said. I don't know which one is on duty today. Then call. He did. The phone rang the number of times it takes a regret to grow legs. Claire answered like a woman who doesn't like being a suture between two infections. Hale, by 9. I need to look in a locker, he said. I need the kind of cover nobody files. You're calling me from inside the building, she said. I can hear the fluorescence pretending to be daylight. We just left Kincaid in records. He had your name in his mouth. Aside traveled the line, changed trains twice. Of course he did. He likes the taste of people who work their way up. What did you pull? Nothing, Marcus said. That's what worries me. Meet me at Delancey. 10 minutes. She didn't say yes. She hung up with a noise that meant the nearest thing to yes anyone could afford. They cut east, then south. The sky had thickened again, but the rain held its breath, watching. Delancey's old depot had been turned into a museum of neglect. A shuttered ticket window, benches that knew more about sleep deprivation than any hospital, 3 vending machines that promised chips and sold disappointment. The locker room was in the basement. A sign above the stairs said, "Authorized personnel only," and had been ignored since men wore hats to apologize to signs. Iris and Marcus followed the smell of oil and cold metal to a long wall of lockers with paint the shade of losing arguments. He let the key sit on his palm. The numbers along the row began at 300 and counted up like a threat. He found 317 halfway down. The key went in with the resistance of something that resents both past and present. It turned. The locker door opened with a cough. Inside sat a weathered messenger bag and a mirror, hand-sized. Its glass cracked into a spider web that caught his face and divided it into someone more honest. The mirror was taped to the back panel with the kind of care that hoped to survive inquiry. "Don't," Iris said, but she said it a second too late. His gaze met his own in 20 fractures, and the room's light began to pulse at a rhythm that his bones remembered before he did. 3 blind mice scratched the air thin, tin as if a child's toy had been buried in the wall and woke up to sing. Gasoline, he thought. But the odor was only the memory, and it climbed his throat as if the past were a liquid that obeyed gravity. His knees told him to sit. His pride told him to aim. He braced his palm against the locker's cold lip and forced his eyes off the mirror. Iris's hand was on his forearm, small and hot as a warning. "Breathe," she said. "Count backwards from whatever number scares you." He did. The basement returned molecule by molecule. He peeled the tape and laid the mirror face down on the concrete. Inside the messenger bag he found a notebook like the one from the motel, only thicker, its edges darkened as if it had slept too near a flame. He opened it and found his own handwriting, the kind that goes inconveniently legible when a man wants to deny authorship. Project Echo Field Notes. MH01. The date at the top of the first page lived 1 week before the fire. He turned a page. Coordinates. Names he recognized and names he didn't. A line that said, "If I forget, tell me where I hid the truth." Below it, scribbled as if his hand had raced his courage, "Locker 317 Delancey, you left yourself a map," Iris said. Her voice made the words matter of fact, as if giving yourself instructions across time were just another form of literacy. He turned another page. A list of cue phrases that made his skin feel borrowed. Listen, divided by echo, divided by confession, divided by mice. He hated the word mice in new ways now. In the back pocket of the notebook lay a folded photograph. He opened it and saw a hallway, scorched. In the middle, a woman with her hair half free and her mouth half open. Addison. Someone had caught her mid-turn with a camera that didn't belong in that kind of night. Beside her, a man half caught in the frame. Marcus, eyes wrong, posture wrong, a stranger standing in his body. Addison's hand was on his wrist. Her lips were forming his name like a key. On the reverse, in his own hand, "She trusted me. Don't trust me. Trust the tape." He closed his eyes until the pulse in his forearms rapped the door from the inside. When he opened them, the room held. "Marcus," Iris said softly, "what did they make you do?" "Maybe nothing," he said, and heard how thin it was. "Maybe everything." There was a small envelope at the bottom of the locker, the kind stationers pretend to understand. He tore it. A brass hotel key slid into his palm, heavy with the past. Room 412. The Lydia. Iris raised an eyebrow. "The Lydia?" "A boutique on 54th, he said, because his mouth knew before his mind did, where people go to sell their souls in good lighting. He pocketed the key. "We move. It have gone." They killed the mirror with a jacket and kicked the shards under the lockers, country for glass. On their way up the stairs, footsteps came down, men talking too lightly about too little. Marcus pulled Iris into a narrow side corridor and let them pass. One of the men wore a Cortec lapel pin and the expression of a man who believes a public facility is an annex of his office. Iris leaned close enough that he felt her breath ask permission. "They're still a step behind," she said. "They won't be for long." He waited, counted to an ugly number, and then took her back out into air that pretended to be free. They hailed a cab that had opinions about directions and a seat that had opinions about stains. The driver asked where. Marcus said, "The Lydia," and watched Iris's face say what her lips didn't. "We should be running away from proper nouns like that." The Lydia rose out of midtown like a memory money had curated. Glass doors held by brass that tried too hard. The lobby smelled like a brand that had never forgiven cigarettes. A pianist made a song sound like ice in a glass. Marcus handed the brass key to a concierge who had learned the art of not seeing. "Room 412, he said. The man nodded the way men nod when you remind them they used to be human. The elevator swam them up to a floor that kept its carpet irons crisp. Room 412's door knew the key better than it knew the man who carried it. Inside, the room held its breath, drapes drawn, bed made as if a body had never been an argument. The minibar stocked with the sins people forgive in hotels. On the desk, a tape recorder, old enough to have opinions about digital. On the carpet, a faint dark mark shaped like a shoe forgot to leave. In the closet, a purple scarf hung like a bruise from a hanger. Iris touched nothing. Her eyes moved as if taking photographs by blinking. "It's a stage," she said. "It's a crime scene they ironed," Marcus said. He stepped to the desk and looked at the recorder. A cassette sat in the well with a sticker labeled MH divided by Addison, confession. He followed the cord to the wall. Someone had left it unplugged, as if dignity demanded only so much silence. "Don't press play," Iris said. "Not yet." He didn't. He pulled the drawer open. Inside lay another envelope addressed to MH in his own hand, the loop on the H exactly the way his high school English teacher had taught him to hate. He opened it and read 3 sentences that made his mouth dry. "If you are here, you lost the right not to know. Sloan will make you do it again. Find Evelyn. She has the second tape." He looked up. Iris had read him reading, the way some people learn to read lips by necessity. Her face lost color like a quiet weather change. "Evelyn had a second tape," she said. "The night she died, she was on her way to meet me, only she never arrived. If she carried it, then the tape is either in evidence," Marcus said, "or in the pocket of a man who can pronounce the word leverage without spitting." "And if I had it once," Iris said, eyes narrowing, "I would have hidden it where I hide everything I don't want editors or cops to find." She turned, thinking with her feet. "I need to go home." "You're not going alone?" Marcus said. She gave him a look shaped like gratitude, with barbed wire around it. "Then hurry." He lifted the scarf with 2 fingers, as if it were a live wire. The color snagged the light and put bruises on the walls. He set it back, fighting the itch to burn it. The recorder stayed where it was, the cassette accusing between them. He slipped the envelope into his coat and left the room the way you leave a church when you've stolen something from God. In the hall, the elevator dinged the shape of an arrival. Marcus listened to its cables utter arithmetic and judged the weight. 2 or 3 bodies. He took Iris toward the stairs, the way you move a fire away from tinder. On the landing between floors, voices rose male, a woman. A voice he recognized trying not to be recognized. "Claire." She came around the corner with 2 plainclothes anchors and a badge that had learned how to be both shield and key. Her eyes cut through the stairwell and bracketed him. "Hale," she said, and then looked at Iris the way good detectives look at each new variable, with respect and the desire to assign it a number. "We're leaving," Marcus said. "That depends," Claire replied. "Kincaid wants me to bring you in. I want to hear you before I hear him." "Then hear this," he said. "Sloane's alive. Cortec is cleaning its old experiments with bullets, and I am both wrong and right about what I did. One of those makes me comfortable," she said. "The other keeps me employed." Iris stepped forward. "Evelyn had a second tape," she said. "If it's in evidence, it will disappear the moment a computer breathes near the word pull. If it's not, someone is holding it until Marcus is a headline they can close." Claire's jaw, not her voice, tensed. "We logged a cassette from Evelyn's effects, but it was labeled grocery list. I assumed it was what it said. Grocery list is exactly what I'd write on a tape I need to keep from curious men," Iris said. Claire didn't smile, but the corner of her mouth confessed that it wanted to. "Fine. I'll see what the label maker decided. You," she pointed at Marcus without looking, "make yourself scarce for 1 hour. If you're not dirt by then, call me from a phone that doesn't insult my intelligence." Marcus nodded. The plainclothes anchors shifted to block the stairwell. Claire shifted them with a look. "Not him," she told them. "Not unless I say please." She let them pass, then leaned in close enough that her shoulder touched the wall and her badge touched his sleeve. "If Kincaid asks, I never saw you," she said. "If Sloane asks, I'll tell her I hate her name on paper, but I haven't decided about her in the flesh." "She has a talent for undeciding other people," Marcus said. Claire's hand grazed his forearm the way a friend checks for fever without committing to care. "Don't spiral," she said. Too late. He took the stairs down with Iris, letting momentum pretend to be courage. They stepped into a lobby full of lacquer and reflected crimes. The concierge looked up, saw nothing he needed to remember, and looked down again. Outside, the sky finally gave up its restraint and began to cry like a witness who hadn't been asked to. They ran for a cab and found a car that had been an argument even before it learned to honk. Iris slammed the door shut on Rain and said an address in the East Village that sounded like a dare. The driver put the meter on with the intonation of a priest turning a page. Iris's apartment had the careful mess of a woman who knows where everything is but wants to test whether the world knows too. Plants lived and forgave the city for its windows. Books leaned on each other like drunks who decided to be friends. She moved fast and precise, hands in drawers that made their own maps, knees on rugs that remember settings. "If I had it," she said, half to herself, "if I had a tape that could kill a city, where would I?" She stopped, crouched, slid a hand under the couch, and withdrew a flat tin that once held cookies and now held emergencies. Inside, a flash drive, a ring with no fingers to love it, a folded photograph of 2 women laughing in a newsroom that no longer deserved the word, and a cassette with a paper label that read "Grocery List" in neat block letters. She held it with reverence and fury, the kind that gets people promoted to martyrdom. "Found," she said. A sound on the fire escape took the word and broke it. A scuff, a whisper, metal forgetting it was supposed to be quiet. Marcus moved without thinking, and Iris without permission. He reached the window, saw a shadow, and saw it see him. The shadow ran. He was out the door before the lock remembered its job. The hallway stank of old paint and new fear. He hit the stairs hard enough to explain bruises to a future lover. The back door led to the alley. The alley led to an intersection where a black sedan learned again how to be a weapon. It lunged. Marcus dove. Trash cans learned to dance. The sedan clipped an edge of argument and screamed away. By the time he got back upstairs, Iris had moved the tin, moved the tape, moved herself toward a version of the future that permitted survival. "They're done being late," she said. "We can't stay." "No," he said. "We move and we listen." He held out a hand. She put the cassette in it, and for a second he felt like a man being handed a baby that might be a bomb. He slid the tape into his coat beside the envelope with its 3 sentences and felt like a man being handed himself. "The recorder at the Lydia," Iris said. "We should—" "No," Marcus shook his head. "We don't play a tape in a room a corporation already cleaned twice. We play it where a city can overhear us and forget us at the same time." "Where is that?" He thought of the only church he trusted, not because it forgave, but because it contained every sin on equal terms. "The subway," he said. "A car carves its own privacy out of noise." She nodded, already moving, already gathering what a person needs when she decides to unhome herself. A jacket. A key ring that made a new sound once she added the locker key. A phone that had learned to go dark on command. They left by the front, because the back had learned their names. The rain had begun to speak in full sentences. Down the steps into the station, their shoes told the tile what kind of people wore them. A train came like a promise someone might keep. They got in. They sat apart like strangers who share a worse secret than love. The car had 4 other lives in it. A boy with a violin case and a stare that practiced. A woman who blessed each station name. A courier whose bag said he could outrun death. And a man asleep in a way that lacked safety. Marcus took the recorder Iris kept for interviews out of her tote and put the cassette in. He didn't press play. He looked at Iris across plastic seats and raincoats and the exhalations of a city that breathes for people who forget. He pressed play when the train roared into darkness and the windows turned into mirrors that didn't know how to trigger him. Static. Then a woman's voice, and this time it wasn't trembling as much as it was deciding. "Marcus," Addison said on tape, with the steadiness of someone who had practiced saying a man's name without forgiving him. "If you're listening, then I lost the bet I made with fire. I need you to hear what I couldn't make you remember." Stage. The train clattered. A boy's violin case shifted and stayed silent. "They used you," Addison said. "They used me. They convinced you that pain would open doors. It did. It opened the wrong ones." A breath. "Sloan isn't working alone. Kincaid keeps the path clear. But the one who told them how to rebuild you, who taught them your shape, that name you will hate. You will try to bury it under bourbon and new scars." The tape hissed, as if debating whether to continue. "You know his voice," Addison said softly. "You worshipped it once. You called him mentor." The train hissed in sympathy. Somewhere, a saxophonist on another platform answered the universe. Iris looked at Marcus and tried to read a man whose face had learned too many ways to tell the truth sideways. "His name," Addison said, and the city leaned in, and the car became a confessional. "Detective," she said, and the tape cracked on the syllable, and the train moaned like an old animal, and Iris's mouth formed the rest before the speaker did. Donovan, Chapter 4. The Name in the Noise. The word cracked and spilled, and then the tunnel swallowed its echo, leaving the car humming around what it refused to keep. The subway lights strobed past in streaks that wanted to be triggers and settled for reminders. Iris stared at the recorder like it had pointed a gun. Marcus stared at the floor like it had answered one. "Donovan," she said, too softly for anyone, too loudly for the part of the car that still believed in strangers. She said, he shook his head once, hard enough to make the bruise behind his skull throb. It broke on the syllable. We don't know which Donovan. How many do you have? Too many, he said. One that matters. He pressed stop. The tape clicked its bitten lip shut. The boy with the violin case lifted his head, looked at Marcus with a curiosity that didn't belong to his age, and then resumed practicing silence. The woman, whispering blessings, packed them back into her pockets. The courier dreamed of green lights with his eyes open. The sleeper slept through everything. Iris's eyes were green when the car's light decided to let them be. You think she meant Claire. I think she meant the person I called mentor, he said, and felt the word carry brick dust and coffee breath, and a hand heavy on his shoulder the first time he did something right. And someone older told him it counted. That wasn't Claire. Then who? Seamus, he said, and there it was, a name that felt like a knuckle. Seamus Donovan. Homicide. My training officer, my priest without the alibi, the man who showed me which lies were useful. Claire's? Father, he said, and the word did a thing to the air it couldn't undo. Dead 10 years, liver and bad decisions. If Addison meant him, she meant a ghost who managed to keep working. Iris absorbed it the way journalists do, as a puzzle before the pain. Could he have been involved with Echo? He taught me to get results and told me not to ask how men with money sleep. He knew doctors by their first names and cops by their badge numbers. If Sloan needed a door to the department, Seamus kept a ring of keys. The PA system coughed that the next station would arrive eventually. Marcus watched their reflections stagger across the dark glass. 20 years ago, he'd have denied the shape of the man in that reflection. Now he wondered what he'd gain by admitting it. Iris leaned closer, voice a wire. If Seamus pulled strings, Claire's wrapped in them, whether she knows or not. Leave Claire out of this. She's in it, whether we leave her or not. He closed his hand around the recorder. We make copies. 4. One disappears. One gets mailed to a politician who owes nobody. One goes to a lawyer who owes everybody. One stays with us. He saw her look, the calculation finishing behind her eyes. Then we find where Seamus's ghost keeps his calendar. There's a storage unit, a basement, a drawer in a bar. Old men keep their secrets in places that smell like themselves. Where do dead detectives go when they want to keep working? She asked. Back to the first place they loved, he said, and the last place they were ashamed of. They switched trains twice and came up in a neighborhood that remembered how to sell typewriter ribbons. In a storefront with a flickering neon scan sign, a man whose T-shirt read, "Your files are my children," took the cassette and made digital out of it without flinching at the label. Marcus watched the waveform grow across the screen like a heart monitor for the dead. They left with 4 thumb drives and a receipt that pretended to be a promise. They walked 3 blocks in rain that agreed to be an accomplice, and Iris fed 1 copy into an old blue mailbox whose mouth looked skeptical. Another went under a stoop brick she swore nobody had moved since 1999. Another she tucked behind a radiator in a church vestibule where candles invented their own alibis. Redundancy is the only God left, she said, brushing wax from her fingers. Redundancy is how men like Kincaid learned to multiply themselves, he said. They kept the last drive in the cassette. The recorder went back in Iris's tote. Marcus felt lighter and heavier at once. I know a place, he said, And they took the bus this time because the city uses different masks, and he didn't want to make the subway jealous. The windows filmed over with weather, and the wipers did what people do, their best, badly. The bar was one of those rooms that age into privacy. The sign out front said, "O'Grady's because the world loves Irish bars, and Irish bars love pretending to have owners." Inside, the air did not remember a time before smoke. Photographs with cracked glass pretended to be framed justice. Men with badges squinting at cameras as if light were a warrant they hadn't approved. Marcus nodded to the bartender, who wore the face of a man who learned how not to learn names. "Hale," he said, and the bartender said it back without moving his mouth much. "I'm looking for Tommy." "He's dead," the bartender said, and then laughed once, as if at a joke the room told him. "He's in back doing inventory." Tommy Donovan was not family to Seamus, except in the way that counts. The shared history of 1,000 shift drinks and 27 funerals. He had the doughy, chewed look of a man who had been gnawed at by both grief and marzipan. He saw Marcus coming and squared his shoulders for a fight that would never happen. "Hale," he said, "you owe me a baseball game and $1,000. I paid the 1,000. You paid a story about how you got the 1,000, and you told it badly." Tommy's eyes flicked to Iris with a protective chauvinism that treated women like endangered species and endangered men like women. "She a reporter?" "She is," Marcus said, before Iris could be nobody. "And she's with me." Tommy weighed this against his instinct for survival. "Then what you need is a lie with a receipt." "Seamus," Marcus said, and watched the name lift the hair on Tommy's arms. "His things, where did they go after the wake?" Tommy's jaw forgot what it was trained for. "You mean the storage room he kept under the railway? Or the trunk he left with me that I swear to God is filled with unpaid bar tabs and one perfectly folded shirt?" "Both," Marcus said. "But start with the trunk." Tommy grunted. The sound men make when they decide to help and want credit for being reluctant. He led them past the kitchen that was never used, down a short corridor lined with black and white photos of people who had learned to pose like cops, and into a back room that sometimes remembered to lock itself. He heaved a trunk down from a shelf with the ache of a man who's traded cartilage for stories. It was brown, the leather worn to the color of old rum. Marcus recognized the scratches on the lid. Seamus had used the trunk as a step stool, a lectern, a barricade, a table for winning arguments. The key was on a string taped under the lip. Tommy found it like a magician, revealing a trick he'd hoped to forget. "Do not bring me grief," Tommy said. "I brought my own," Marcus said, and turned the key. Inside, shirts folded the way men fold shirts when they think the act could save them. A notebook that had been pressed under something heavy for a decade. 2 funeral programs for men Marcus had carried, a set of cufflinks shaped like shields. Under that, a wooden box with a sliding lid and the careful weight of something that had been hidden not because it was illegal, but because it was important. He slid the lid. Letters, photos, a small cassette recorder that made the one from the Lydia look like an older cousin, and a handful of microcassettes labeled "Not Yet," and "Sunday," and a badge, "Donovan." Seamus. The tin scuffed to mat. Marcus lifted the recorder. It weighed less than the truth. Iris was already pulling on latex gloves from her tote, the way some women carry lipstick. She handed him a pair without comment. He fitted a microcassette into the old machine. The battery light flickered uncertainly and then believed. Tommy hovered in the doorway, the bars hum breathing down his spine. "If this is something I don't want to have been here for, You were never here, Iris said. That was my favorite place, Tommy muttered, and left the door half open like a man who trusted fantasies more with a view of escape. Marcus pressed play. The tape spun up with a cheap whir that stabbed him with the scent of old interrogation rooms and powdered coffee. Seamus's voice came out flatter than he remembered, as if the act of recording denied him his usual stage presence. Donovan, Seamus, Daylog. If anyone's listening to this who isn't me, congratulations. You've proved me right to be paranoid. Hale, if this is you, either you learn to break locks or somebody finally learned to lock you out. Marcus closed his eyes and felt the old ache, affection, resentment, the reflex of making your spine straighter when that voice arrived. Iris watched him, watching the past unspool. Project Echo, Seamus said, dropping the syllables like a secret name for a saint. Not kidding myself with code names. Sloane's a witch with a different god. Kincaid wants his hands clean and his reports sparkling. The department wants results and an artist who tells them the blood is theirs by divine right. And Hale wants the thing I taught him. The next truth, unraveled from the last lie. It made a fire. Paper rustled on the tape. The voice went lower. We are in too deep. Sloane's got her hooks in the boy. I told her never to use toys when a tool will do, and she smiled like she'd taken up a new hobby. They put the lights in his eyes and called it therapy. They put their song in his head and called it training. He gave them what they asked for and none of what they paid for. The only thing keeping him human is the part he thinks he owes me. Marcus's mouth was dry sand. Iris's hand hovered, not touching him, holding off the gravity of the words. I made a choice, Seamus said. I chose to give them Hale because I thought I could stand between. I thought I could keep the knives from slipping. I have been wrong before. This one tastes worse. The tape hiccuped, as if someone had hit the machine in a gesture of honesty. Seamus's next words were quieter. Addison Vale isn't what they say. She's braver. She's got Hale's number, and she's got the fire in her that burns out your lies. Sloane will want her silenced. Kincaid will call it housekeeping. I can't keep the rain off both of them. A chair moved. A door in the memory opened. Voices entered from a distance the bar. A radio. Marcus turned the volume up, his thumb white on plastic. If I end up a picture on a wall in a room that smells like stale hope, Seamus said, I want it on record that I want it out. If I end up alive, it will be because I did what men like me do. When our words fail, we pick a side and let the bullets pick the rest. If you, Hale, ever hear this, forgive me if you can, hunt me if you must. I am the reason the door was open. The tape clicked. The microcassette whir spun air without meaning. Marcus pressed stop and set the machine down as if it held temperature. Nobody spoke. The bar hummed its own prayer to its own saints. Seamus brought you in, Iris said. It wasn't a question. He led me to Sloane, Marcus said. He told himself he'd keep me clean. He always did the right thing, 2 steps to the left. But if Seamus was the architect, he was the door, Marcus said. Sloane built the house. Tommy exhaled behind them, a birthday wish without a cake. I can't hear this, he said, in the tone of a man who had already heard it. He rubbed his face. The storage room under the railway he paid cash, never put it under his name, used to say it was for winter. The keys, hell. He dug through the box, under the shirts, into a pocket that had learned to keep secrets. He came up with a thin brass key on a ribbon that had once been green. Unit B-12, Nassau and Rivington. If anyone asks, You stole it. Think you see as my inmater of unrake, and he bride Anna self on every 10 every self. What's there? Iris asked. Tommy looked like he'd seen it once and decided not to remember the shape, whatever he kept back from all of us, to feel noble about. Marcus closed the trunk. He put the microcassettes in his coat, Seamus's badge in his palm, and set it back because some relics refused new pockets. He thanked Tommy with a look that had no language and received a shrug that did. Outside, the rain had misted into something that pretended to be mercy. Nassau and Rivington was a split of old brick over a scar of train line. Beneath the elevated tracks, units crouched behind corrugated doors. A bored clerk in a plastic booth watched a soccer match on a screen with a crack like lightning. Afternoon, Marcus said. The clerk glanced at the key, the way men size up cars they can't afford. B12, he's late on payments. He's dead, Marcus said, and it got them a discount. The clerk looked briefly human. Then I guess he'll never be late again, the clerk said, and buzzed them in. B12 held its breath the way rooms do when they get opened after too long. Dust lifted and judged them individually. A work table, a file cabinet, a metal stool, a corkboard strung with red thread, like a murder victim's veins. Seamus had left the cliché intact, maybe as a joke about how clichés start as accuracy. Marcus turned on a single hanging bulb that insisted it was good enough. The cork board showed a constellation of faces, places, arrows. Sloane at a podium, younger by a decade, hair pulled into a war bun, Kincaid shaking a hand you couldn't see. A grainy shot of a basement door he recognized from the archive photo. Addison in a candid from a coffee shop, laughing at someone's mistake. Evelyn Cross, circled in red with the note too clever by half, Seamus's words, bitter with protective envy. In the corner a safe. Small, black, with a dial you had to treat like a nervous animal. Iris stood by the file cabinet and started reading labels out loud. Echo contracts, stimulus trials, MH protocol, post-event. She paused. Cross Evelyn. Start there, Marcus said. He put his ear to the safe and listened to numbers the way men used to listen to women. Seamus had given him the combination once, drunk, saying, if you can remember your first 3 convictions, you can remember these. Marcus's first 3 had names he didn't recite. His fingers moved, the dial turned, the wheel gave. Inside the safe, a small stack of cash, a gun that had traveled, and a thin folder labeled Confession Architecture in Seamus's handwriting. He opened it and saw diagrams of interview rooms, lists of seat placements, notations about how to make a room admit its sin. At the back, a page torn from the department directory, with Donovan, Claire underlined twice, and the margin note, keep her outside. Seamus was trying to keep her out, Marcus said. Or keep her off the paper trail, Iris said. She held up a sheet from Evelyn's folder. Evelyn met with Seamus 3 times the year before he died. Notes are thin, but one line you'll like. He said the fire would come back in a different house. And the storage unit's thin walls shivered. Footsteps, the echo of a train. Marcus froze the way a deer does not dumb, just listening to all angles at once. Iris's eyes asked him a question he didn't love. The bulb swung minutely, not because of them. The corridor outside had learned a new rhythm, not a clerk's shuffle, not a lover's impatience. Boots, 2, then 2 more. A second later, the light under the roll-up door dimmed, as if someone stood close enough to shadow it. Marcus killed the bulb with his palm, quietly. They stood in the kind of dark that reorganizes your priorities. He put the gun from the safe in Iris's hand because she would shoot cleaner and later when she must. He took the cash because people who die without cash die worse. Someone's whisper, B12. Another voice, cut it. The motor whine of a portable saw kissed the door. Sparks skated down the slit at the bottom brief stars. Marcus looked around the little room and saw only one thing worth the quick sin of breaking. A vent at the back, too small for dignity, strong enough for panic. He dropped to his knees and pulled. Screws squealed. Iris slid the micro-cassette recorder into her tote, the thumb drive into her bra, the gun into the small of her back, the rest of her into a readiness that made his chest tighten. The saw bit deeper. The metal door screamed faintly, the way pride does. The vent face gave. Behind it, a crawl space meant for cables and men who regret cake. Marcus shoved the tote through, then Iris, then himself. The space took them like a confession. Reluctantly, completely, they crawled into a narrow artery of the building and tasted dust until it had a flavor. Behind them, the door lost the argument. Voices spilled in, trained and short, clear left, bored. Don't touch the... A hand grabbed Marcus's ankle and learned something about the shoes of a man who earned his knees. He kicked hard. The hand let go to learn cursing. Iris found a side vent and shouldered it open. They fell into a neighboring unit full of old furniture and newer regrets. The door to that unit had a padlock that respected theatrics. Marcus shot it once because sometimes theater is a plan. They spilled into the corridor and ran. The clerk looked up from his soccer and decided his team was losing. Hey, he said, purely for old time's sake. They were out and into rain that had given up. The elevated tracks made a kind of thunder that agreed to hide their footsteps. They took alleys on instinct and rooftops by mistake. A block away, a Cortec van idled with the patience of men who thought their prey would circle back. They didn't. They stopped 3 blocks over, behind a laundromat whose sign promised daytime miracles. Iris put her hands on her knees and laughed once, like a person remembering the correct way to breathe. Marcus leaned against a wall that had learned to bear weight. Seamus, she said, not as a name but as a problem. He brought you in. He tried to keep Claire out. He left a room full of maps, and Cortex still found us first. They're not just chasing us, he said. They're following his ghost. They trailed one of his old payments, or he wrote a note once on the wrong stationery, or the clerk doesn't like soccer as much as he likes the color of money. We can't sit anywhere, she said. We can't stop. Then we move where they're already looking, he said. We go to the precinct, to Claire. We put a piece of this in her hand and ask her what name she carries without knowing. You trust her? I trust the part of her that would rather burn down her own house than find out the foundation was laid by the wrong man. They cut north on streets that narrowed and widened with the city's breath. Marcus used payphones that still believed in dimes to make calls that never connected. Iris watched the corners like adjectives. When they reached the precinct, the stairs looked like judgments. Claire met them at the back entrance. Not the front smart people have 2 ways in. She wore fatigue like a scarf and had a new line at the corner of her mouth that made her look like someone's older sister. She saw the dust on their sleeves and the fact that they'd outrun something and raised an eyebrow so small it needed a microscope. You look like you've been introduced to a locksmith with boundary issues, she said. Cortec found Seamus's storage unit, Marcus said. We found it first. Claire's eyes did math behind glass. Seamus's, He handed her the folder marked Confession Architecture and the microcassette labeled Not Yet. She took them like they might go off. Iris watched Claire's face, searching for loyalties that only reveal themselves under heat. Claire opened the folder, skimmed a page, then another. The line under her mouth got deeper. "He wrote this?" "You tell me," Marcus said. "You knew his handwriting better than his God." She looked at the microcassette and didn't ask for a player. She reached behind her desk and produced one that had seen things worse than divorce. She shut her door. She pressed play. Seamus's voice came out again, that practiced gruff, now paroled into the small room. Claire didn't blink. If the tape had said her name in the first breath, she would have blinked. It didn't. It said Kincaid. It said Sloane. It said I gave them Hale. It said keep her outside. At that, Claire blinked. "He kept me out," she said, as if the words were a stone she had to test with her teeth. She stopped the tape and set it down as if it belonged to an altar. "All right. Say I believe this. Say my father wired you into a current he thought he could ground. Say Sloane keeps flipping the switch. Where does it go next?" "Evelyn's second tape," Iris said. "We have it." Claire turned her gaze like a searchlight, landed on Iris, took in the tote as if it were an open case file. "You plan on saying that sentence in this building again?" "No," Iris said. "I plan on saying it nowhere, and on finding Sloane before she writes a script for the next confession." "L'audier?" Claire nodded once, the way officers nod to themselves before they decide which regulation to disobey. She slid the folder and cassette into an evidence envelope and then slid the envelope into a drawer that had learned to keep secrets between fingerprints. She locked it. The key went into her pocket. Her hand didn't shake. "Kincaid will hear thunder," she said. "He'll come looking with a lightning rod. Sloane will look where thunder doesn't strike home. Habits, old churches, the bar on 3rd that still lets detectives close their tabs with IOUs. You're bleeding the past onto the sidewalk, Hale. If there's a name in the next tape, if it ends with Donovan, you bring it to me before you let the city hear it." "If it ends with your name?" he asked. She held his stare. "Then you bring it faster." The phone on her desk rang the way phones do when men like Kincaid are already in the building. She didn't answer. She looked at the door like it was learning her shape. "Out the side," she said. "The back stairs camera never worked right. Take the river path. Don't go to your office. Don't go to any place Seamus loved." "We weren't going to," Iris said. Marcus turned to go and stopped. "Claire," he said. "Just the name." She waited. "If Seamus meant to keep you out," he said, "maybe he knew there'd be a day you'd have to go in. Don't let him be wrong twice." She almost smiled. "I have to make him wrong once, at least," she said, "for balance." They left through the stairwell that kept its secrets, down past a bulletin board with a flyer for a softball game and a notice about new overtime protocol in language bent into civility. Outside, the river pretended to be calm. They moved into the gray with a cassette that had a name at the end and a city sharpening its knives to hear it. On a bench near the water, under a tree that had learned metal roots, Marcus set the recorder down between them. Iris wrapped her coat tight, as if cold were a negotiable concept. He looked at the tape, at the little square of plastic that made men move like pieces on a board he'd thought he knew. "You ready?" he asked. "No," she said. "Good. Let's do it." He pressed play. Static breathed. The river answered. The city leaned closer. Addison's voice returned, a ghost with its hand on their shoulders. "Donovan," she said again, this time whole, this time cruelly clear. Seamus Donovan taught them where you break, Marcus. He taught Sloane the map of you. He loved you enough to think he could borrow you and return you. He was wrong. The tape ran. A gull cried like an opinion nobody asked for. Iris's shoulders dropped a fraction. Not relief, not quite grief, the body's tiny recalibration when an answer chooses a different person. Addison kept going. Kincaid pays the bill. Sloane writes the script. Seamus handed you the pen. A breath, and then someone else holds the paper. The tape hissed, and in the hiss there was another sound, faint, distant, like a door opening on the recording, like a second voice entering, like a hand over a microphone, and a whisper that uglified Marcus's blood. Addison's last words, "If I don't make it, don't let him write the ending." The tape clicked off. "Someone else holds the paper," Iris repeated. "Who?" "Isworry." Whoever Seamus meant when he said he wanted out. Marcus stared at the black water like it could be convinced to turn to glass. Who do men like him fear? Not kings. Clerks. The ones who file the story. The ones who bury it. Kincaid again? He shook his head slow. Bigger and smaller. A name that doesn't appear in press conferences, that doesn't swagger into bars. Someone who signs checks and speeches. Someone whose office is the filing cabinet of a city's sins. "Commissioner?" Iris asked. "Not stupid," he said. "Not proud. He'll hire proud. He'll rent stupid. He'll pay careful." He closed his eyes and let the old corridors of memory open. Budget meetings, whispering corridors, a woman with a voice that slid. A name brushed his ear and refused to stick. Behind it, another. A doctor's assistant who never looked up. A corporate counsel who never looked flustered. A city liaison whose card felt like a bandage. He opened his eyes. The river had not turned to glass. "We start with Sloane," he said. "Cut the script at its font. Then we find the hand that holds the paper and the fire that waits for the ending." Iris stood, wind cutting her hair into a flag of anger. "Where?" "Cortec runs a clinic upstate they call a retreat when donors need to pretend," he said. "I saw the address in Hennings's notes before the bullet canceled him. They do their field conditioning in the city. They do their scrubbing and rewiring where trees can absorb the screams. How do we get in?" "We signed the guest book," he said, and took the gun from the small of her back because there are moments when men must carry weight for the angle to be right. "Or we go through the woods." She nodded, and the nod contained more faith than he deserved. "Tonight?" "Tonight," he said, because the city had chosen him for a rhythm, and he didn't get to argue the tempo. He tucked the recorder away, the cassette with it, the thumb drive like a talisman. The wind shifted, and the rain considered returning. "We'll need a car, a bad idea, and a promise to forgive each other later." "I brought 2 out of 3, she said. He looked at her. "Which 2? She smiled with her eyes and ruined it with her mouth. "The bad idea is a given." They walked along the river toward a bridge that hadn't decided whether to fall. Somewhere behind them, a phone rang on a desk where a woman with a badge pressed her hand to a folder and decided who she refused to be. Somewhere uptown, Kincaid read an email he'd already pretended to write and told an assistant to order silence. And in a room that smelled like lemon cleaner and old money, a woman with hair too neat to be honest closed a file, stamped Sloane divided by active, and picked up a pen that wasn't hers. She wrote a name at the bottom of a page and smiled because the paper was still blank. The city gathered itself for night. The river pulled its sheet up to its chin. Marcus and Iris crossed into the harder dark, where roads learn trees, and men learn what guns weigh when they aren't being pointed yet. The tape beat against his chest pocket like a second heart, stubborn and off rhythm. He let it. He needed the noise. Chapter 5. The Retreat. They stole the car from a man who rented them legally on the edge of the river district, 2 blocks from where the city changed into its lesser cousin. A tow yard glowed under halogen like a surgical theater. A sign promised retrievals, not miracles. Inside the caged office, a man with a baseball cap and a face that forgave debt only in his own ledger sized them up and decided to like the cash more than he disliked the risk. He slid a ring across the counter with a key that carried someone else's past and pointed with his chin. "Second row, black Crown Vic," he said. "If anyone asks, you're taking it to the auction in Yonkers." "If anyone asks," Marcus said, "they'll ask once." And the Crown Vic had the humility of a retired cop and the smell of a retired bar. The bench seat remembered bodies that made worse decisions. Iris climbed in beside him, tucked her tote between her feet, and glanced at the dashboard like it might testify later. "Car like this," she said, "we're either invisible or the most obvious thing breathing." "Invisible," Marcus said, "until we decide to be loud." They crossed the bridge under a sky that had pressed its face to the glass and fogged the city into secrecy. Night didn't fall so much as fold itself neatly on the horizon and wait for them to make the first mistake. They took the FDR north, slid into lanes that forgot and remembered to exist, and let Manhattan loosen its grip. 10 miles out, the radio found a station that thought the past was a playlist. A child's song jangled through static, high, tinny 3 blind mice being offered to a night that hadn't asked. Marcus's knuckles went white on the wheel. Iris, watching him, switched stations with 2 fingers and then killed the radio altogether. "Sorry," she said. "Not your fault." "Still sorry." They didn't speak for a while. The road became a ribbon through trees that had learned to keep secrets from cities. Signs promised exits to towns that had sold their names to gas stations and insurance companies. The Crown Vic hummed like a machine proud of being simple. At a rest stop, Marcus pulled off. He checked the rearview, no sedans that wanted to be quiet, no vans practicing patience. He let the engine idle and the heater breathe on their knees. Iris unwrapped 2 sandwiches that had learned humility in plastic and handed him one. "Eat," she said. He did, not because he was hungry, but because she was right. Halfway through, he put it down, stared out at the dim-lit lot where men in fluorescent vests taught traffic to behave, and said, "When the light strobes, I feel like the room remembers me better than I do." "I know," she said. "I saw it in the locker, what you saw." "What I saw," she said, kinder than the interruption warranted, was a man counting backward out of a hole someone else dug in his head. "If we're going into a place run by the woman who owns the shovel, we need rules." "Rules," he echoed, and slouched the seat back a fraction to give the word room. "Call out if I'm gone. Full name. Don't touch me unless I'm holding a weapon. If the trigger's light, kill the light. If it's sound, make noise. If it's smell." He stopped. Gasoline lived under his tongue like a rumor. "I brought coffee grounds," she said, as if from a different conversation. She held up a brown paper bag. "Smell is a democratic sense. It forgets itself when something louder walks in." He almost smiled. "You would have made a good cop." "I'm a great reporter," she said. "Who makes bad choices about cops? Don't get greedy." They drove until the highway slurred into a county road, and the county road turned into a private lane, pretending to be public. A sign, the color of legal disclaimers, declared the property Hartwell Behavioral Retreat with a logo that tried to be friendly and landed on careful, The name rang nothing until Marcus remembered Hennings's notes. Hartwell. Front door divided by escrow. The driveway climbed in coils between hemlocks and old stone fences, then opened to a campus of buildings that looked like institutions in suits. They parked a quarter-mile down on a gravel pull-off screened by brush that had learned to be complicit. Marcus killed the headlights and the engine, opened the trunk, and took inventory. Bolt cutters, 2 flashlights, one with a red filter, a roll of electrical tape, zip ties, a coil of dark rope, a pair of cheap maintenance badges printed that afternoon in a shop where iris recognition is a brand of flour, a pocketful of lies. "Fence?" Iris asked. "Fence," he said. They moved through trees that reached for them with damp hands. A perimeter fence rose ahead, 8 feet of chain link topped with a coil that loved skin. "Signs at intervals," said secured trespass prosecuted, which meant the prosecution would be private. Infrared emitters blinked like sleepy eyes. A maintenance gate stood where a service road kissed the fence, padlocked with optimism. Marcus crouched, traced the posts with his light under the red filter until he found what they never expect. A culvert in the ditch below, corrugated steel, big enough to swallow a crouching person and too ugly for architects to think about. He slid down, moonlight and red light arguing in the ribs of the tunnel. Water ran thin at the bottom and smelled like someone had lied to it about being clean. "Stay low," he whispered, and hated himself for how automatic it felt in his mouth. They came up inside a service yard stacked with pallets in righteousness. Beyond, a cluster of squat buildings wore signs: maintenance, laundry, generators, as if labels could render them harmless. Farther uphill, glassy walls and soft light promised wellness the way casinos promise retirement. Security cameras blinked in slow beats. A patrol cart hummed along a path at a patient speed. Marcus grabbed Iris's arm and pulled her into the shadow of a chiller unit as the cart rolled past. 2 guards in corporate black spoke softly about a game. Neither looked at the culvert. When they were gone, he led Iris to a side door marked "Staff Only" and tried the handle. Locked. He smiled without humor, took from his pocket the bump key that had served him through a misspent portion of an earlier decade, listened with his fingertips, and felt the cylinder consider. The latch gave with a small, betraying sound. They slid inside. The maintenance corridor had the smell of institutions in winter. Detergent, recirculated air. A hint of something lemon that had never met a lemon. A map behind glass showed corridors radiating from a central building like thought lines. The labels avoided words like treatment and observation in favor of wellness suite and reflection lounge. Iris lifted her phone and photographed the map. Marcus pointed. "Electrical," he said. "If we need to kill a grid." Iris nodded, eyes tracking the lines. "Cameras?" He don't heed content. He found a junction box labeled CCTV and opened it to see fiber and a note taped inside in neat clinical handwriting. "Any tampering triggers, archive sync." Sloane's caution had learned to wear cable ties. "Not here," he said. "If we trip it, they'll see the ghost of us forever." He closed the panel. "We go low, the tunnels." The tunnels were not for patients. They were for pipes, steam, chilled water, data in jackets. They ran like a circulatory system under the buildings and connected the lab to the chapel, to the dining hall, to the beautiful building whose brochure called it the Grand Pavilion. They took a ladder down into that coated underworld and breathed in the metallic heat. Painted stencils named destinations at every junction. To the left, laundry, divided by boiler. To the right, wellness divided by cognitive swipe divided by theater. Theater. The word found his pulse and taught it a faster song. Echo theater, he said without meaning to. Iris looked at him. The red light made her eyes dangerous. We don't have to go straight at the dragon. We are the thing it called, he said. We go. They moved quiet, their footfalls editing themselves to fit the rhythm of the pumps. At a grate, they paused. Above, a room breathed differently. He cut a zip tie, opened the grate a few inches, and saw a corridor lit dimly, the kind of dim that costs money. Nurses in ghost-white shoes walked with the precision of people who are timed. A door on the far side had a sign, Cognitive Sight, etched in glass. The next read Reflection. The third wore the simple brutality of observation. He saw a sliver of a room through the window, mirrors, chairs, a harness for a camera. They waited for the crunch of heels to move past and climbed out. Iris pressed 2 fingers to the glass of the observation door and breathed shallowly. There, she said. Marcus looked in. The room was empty. Panels lined the walls, some showing flat gray, others the soft-designed landscapes of screensavers. Along the back wall, speakers were embedded behind perforated covers. A molded chair faced a mirror that was not a mirror. That's a window, Iris said quietly, reading the room from the wrong side. Someone watches someone watch themselves. He tried the handle, unlocked. The confidence of people who assume their enemies wear visitor badges. Inside, the acoustics were carefully wrong. Sound died fast. On a central console, a set of sliders controlled frequencies. A digital panel listed scripts with names that made him cold. Alpha 9, MH, Alpha 9, MH Light, Alpha 9, MHA, Auditory, Omega Test, AF, AV, Addison Vale. He reached toward the screen and pulled his hand back as if the pixels could bite. Iris snapped 3 photos, then another of the speaker array. When she spoke, her voice sounded like paper. If Sloan runs it from here, she doesn't want to be near the person it's happening to, or she wants the glass between them so she can pretend the distance is medical, Marcus said. He stepped behind the mirror. The hallway on the other side was dark. He found the access door, keyed the latch with a practiced wrist, and slid into the next space. A small theater with rows of low seats and a single chair on a platform. Speakers ringed the ceiling. A projector hung above like a patient predator. On the chair, straps lay coiled like tame snakes. The back wall wasn't a wall. It was an observation window. He could see Iris in the control room, a ghost behind glass. For a second, they were surveillance of each other, 2 people in the same present, separated by a different mirror. He lifted a hand. She lifted hers. The glass decided not to know. Marcus, she said through the intercom channel he hadn't seen her find, we shouldn't stay. He looked at the chair as if it were an old friend he owed money. The strap smelled faintly of detergent and something that had learned to pretend it wasn't fear. On the platform's floor, a faint scuff marked a pattern, a foot placed and replaced in a spiral, a man turning when told. The room's speakers breathed a low test tone, almost below hearing. He felt it more than heard it. Instinct made him lift his head as if the ceiling had pronounced him out, Iris said, voice level but sharpened. Now, he moved to the far door. It led to a side hall and then to a glass corridor that arced toward the grand pavilion. The corridor's floor lit underfoot, white squares stepping into being and dying behind, a game he hadn't agreed to play. Beyond the glass, the night held its breath, and the trees pretended to be kinder than they were. Footsteps ahead. He ducked into a side alcove and counted. 1, 2, then a pause. Like a person who likes to be heard, he took out the maintenance badge, clipped it to his pocket. Iris joined him, aligning herself to his shadow, the way she'd learned in the tunnels. A woman appeared at the bend, a tablet in her hand, hair pulled tight, lab coat that had never seen a spill. 40, maybe a little more. The kind of face that had decided its points of articulation around the words no and why. She did not wear a badge that said her name. She didn't need to. Miriam Sloan, Iris whispered into the back of his shoulder. She was smaller than legend and larger than rumor. She walked with the ease of a person who believes doors open because they agree with her. She looked up as she passed them and saw clothing, not faces, staff, not thieves. The eyes were the giveaway, not cold. Cold is honest, cool, clinical, climate-controlled. They passed her at a distance wide enough for dignity, and for a moment the corridor was a third person listening to them both breathe. They didn't turn their heads until she was gone. Iris's hand on his sleeve stayed a second too long. "We could," she began. "Not yet," he said. "Not without taking the whole building's teeth out first." They backtracked into the maintenance level and followed the tunnels to a room that sounded like digital weather. "Server 1, said the stenciled letters. The door had a badge reader and a keypad with a smudge worn where thumbs liked the 4. Marcus crouched, removed the faceplate with a tool that pretended to be a spoon, and crossed 2 points with a jumper. The lock thunked. Inside, an aisle of racks blinked softly. The sound a dry river. Iris lit the red filtered beam and found a console that still believed in USB. She slid in a drive, her fingers a fast quiet. Code scrolled, directories blossomed, a folder tree reached for heaven. She didn't try to be greedy. She took the obvious, the ALPHA folders, a directory called Therapy Scripts, a subfolder with dates that matched the weeks before the fire, and then the less obvious admin divided by archive divided by administrative partners. Names dropped into the dark. Kincaid, Hartwell, which turned out not to be a person but a shell. City Liaison, L. Armitage. Council, T. Kincaid. LLP, Afil. She took what she could. She left the rest to bleed. Halfway through the copy, the screen twitched. A new window rolled over the file view, gray, as polite as a doctor interrupting your denial. "Hello, Marcus." He stared. The font was neutral. The text cursor pulsed at a human heartbeat. Iris's hands froze above the keys. "Don't touch it," he said. Another line appeared. "You come back to where you were built. I admire the statistical inevitability." The intercom above them clicked. The same voice, now air, calm, not quite kind. "Marcus," Dr. Sloan said, as if greeting a colleague across a conference table, "please don't unplug anything. It frightens the archivists." He looked up at the black circle in the corner, the lens watching them with the patience of money. "You put my name on a script," he said, speaking to the ceiling because it didn't require a face. "Do I get royalties?" "You get outcomes," she said. "It's what you've always wanted." A-D-Z. Iris squeezed the drive with 2 fingers, ready to yank it when he gave the word. The copy bar crawled at the speed of bureaucracy. "Outcomes like Addison," Marcus said. A pause. It wasn't long enough to be respect. Addison Vale chose to walk into a building that was on fire, metaphorically, Sloane said. Unfortunately, metaphors have a way of becoming literal when men like Seamus refuse to accept probabilities. You killed Hennings. Hennings killed the project's ethics by misplacing his fear, she said. I accelerated the paperwork. You have always hated paperwork. Is Kincaid on the line? He asked, stalling and testing. Kincaid is not the kind of man one places on a line, she said. He is the kind of man the line retires around. Marcus, you brought a friend. That's new. Iris looked at the camera and smiled like a woman at a cocktail party who just remembered where she left her gun. Doctor, she said, I'm told your bedside manner can be purchased in bulk. I'm told your articles are well edited. Sloane said, I regret we did not meet under lighting less impolite. If you remove that drive before it's safe, you'll corrupt the partition. We will meet either way. The copy completed. Iris slid the drive free in one motion, pocketed it, and reached for the power cable. Sloane's voice sharpened a millimeter. Don't, she said. We were never good with warnings, Marcus told the ceiling and pulled the plug. The racks went to sleep, tiny stars dying in sequence. An alarm blinked once and decided to save its breath. They ran before the room remembered how to be loud. In the corridor, a strobe bled red into white into red. Sirens coughed, trying to find their key. They cut back toward the tunnels. A door at the end of the hall opened, and two men in black stepped out, carrying the posture of trained indifference. The first aimed, Iris ducked, and used the corner of the hall to turn his view into a problem. Marcus moved low and fast. The second man had better instincts. He shot high, plaster coughing. Marcus fired once into the space where his thigh had been a second before. The man learned to sit without chairs. They hit the tunnel and the maintenance ladder and kept going until the air thinned into cold. Somewhere above, doors locked themselves photogenically. Somewhere below, pumps kept dutiful promises. Marcus's breath began to fog in front of him. Iris touched his sleeve and brought him up short. Listen, she said. He did. Above the machine whisper, a sound not mechanical, a voice, not Sloane's, not live, a recording. The tunnel carried it as if it remembered how. Marcus, Addison's voice said, paper thin through concrete, caught in ducts and sent where she'd never intended. If you hear me, something went wrong. He looked up at the ceiling and saw, at intervals, small speaker grills disguised as vent plates. Sloane had seeded the tunnels with ghosts. Reflection, the sign had read. He tasted bile. She's trying to pull you off your feet, Iris said. She knows what calls you. Marcus forced the air out of his lungs, forced his boots back into the rhythm of water on concrete, pushed forward. A ladder led up to a hatch. He took it 2 rungs at a time and shouldered the hatch with a body that hated the verb. It gave. They emerged into a room he would have named, without the sign, theater. Not the one they'd left. Bigger. A stadium of silence. A platform at the center, with a chair under a ring of light. Seats rose in crescents, empty and full of what had sat there. Above, windows black as a decision, looked down. A hush like velvet settled over the room, and then the light strobed, slow, and a smell like gasoline tried to redo his childhood. Marcus, Sloane said, her voice coming from everywhere and nowhere. We promised we would start where we left off. Iris stepped into his line of sight and lifted the bag of coffee grounds to his face. The smell cut through memory like knives that meant well. She grabbed his jaw, made him meet her eyes. "Count," she said. "5 down. 5, he said, and it came out like a stone. 4, 3. The light tried to pulse at 4 hertz. He closed his eyes and saw it anyway. 2, 1. She turned and fired twice into the speaker array. The shells rang on tile, and the speakers ceased pretending. He loved her then in a way that had nothing to do with wanting and everything to do with relief and the price of it. A door on the far side opened, and men came in at a jog that spoke a language he'd learned in a different decade. Iris fired a 3rd time, hit the lens above the central chair, turned the room's eye into a blind coin. They ran sideways, kept low, used the rose as cover. Sloane's voice followed them, not raised. She didn't need to raise it. "Marcus," she said, "you can have your memory back. You can have the version of yourself that made sense to the man you miss. I can take the noise away. Then you'd know what to put back," he said to the walls. "No deal." "Listen to him," Iris said, mouth near his ear, one hand on his collar to guide him at the right moments, the other balancing the weight of consequence. "He's bargaining because he thinks you're close." He put a shoulder into the exit door. It resisted at first the way all doors resist men, and then decided to be an opening. They spilled into a hallway that wore the elegant poverty of institutions that prefer donors to see the other wing. A glass case showed plaques with names. He moved past, then stopped, then backed up. "Hartwell Benefactor Circle," the plaque read. Under it, a list of donors, old money's children, and corporate pseudonyms, and there a name that smiled from print. Linnea Armitage, City Liaison, Office of Public Health Integration, Armitage. The server directory's L. Armitage. Someone else holds the paper. He filed the name where names go when they're more than syllables. "We have our clerk," he said. "Take a picture," Iris said. She already had. Alarms relearned their job. Security remembered they had radios. He led them back down into the maintenance floor, knowing Sloane was watching the cooler corridors, betting Sloane would prefer to herd them toward a place with better optics. He took them wrong, toward LANDRE, toward the smell of bleach and steam and shirts that would be worn to betray. In the laundry, a woman in scrubs looked up from a folding table and pressed herself against a cart like it was a shield. Iris flashed the fake badge and a smile that lied gently. "Sprinkler inspection," she said. The woman nodded because fear will nod at anything that isn't immediate. A back door led to the service yard. Night had thickened. Mist clung to lights as if it had a right. They crossed open ground like people who belonged in it and reached the culvert. The tunnel breathed them back out to the ditch, and the ditch to the trees, and the trees to the car. The Crown Vic sat where they'd left it, pretending innocence. Marcus slid behind the wheel and started the engine. Iris buckled in without being asked and held the drive in one hand, palm sweaty around the future. He put the car in gear and didn't floor it. He drove as if he had permission. The gate at the end of the lane stared and then decided to blink. They hit the county road and then the highway and then the kind of silence that knows how to crawl into the dashboard. Only when the city lights began to lick the windshield again did Iris speak. "Armitage," she said. "Armitage," he agreed. "The paper holder. She's the kind of person a city thinks is a good idea, smart, unphotographed, invited to panels. She can launder a contract faster than a washing machine, and she never breaks a speed limit. She's the one you never see in a scandal because she's learned the tie between proximity and culpability. She's the one we drag into light," he said. "We do it right," Iris said. Not with a press release, with documents, with tapes, with names. He nodded, the movement small and real. Sloan wants me back in the chair. Kincaid wants his floor clean. Armitage wants the file closed. Seamus wanted to be forgiven. Addison wanted the truth to survive us. He looked at the rear view and saw only road. Claire wants an answer she can live with. You want all of that and something no one gets, Iris said. You want a version of yourself that didn't come with this cost. He didn't answer. The city raised itself in front of them, bruised and bright. He thought about Sloane's voice promising outcomes and the way a chair looks when it remembers your weight. He thought about Armitage's name on a plaque and a server directory and the bottom of a page that Addison had never gotten to turn. As they crossed the bridge, the radio decided to live again. It spat static and then caught a jazz station with a saxophone that had learned to be mournful without being sentimental. Iris left it on. The city listened with them, pretended it didn't recognize its own song. In the glove compartment, he found a registration that didn't mind being lied to and a small plastic envelope with a map. He stared at the map and saw a route that men like Kincaid love and men like him hate. From a clinic to a fund to a liaison office to a boardroom where nobody bleeds. He folded the map back and closed the compartment. Tomorrow, Iris said. Tomorrow, he echoed. We pay a visit to City Hall. And Claire? I call her now, he said, reaching for the phone with the guilty hand of a man cheating on sleep. She needs to hear Armitage's name before it chooses her. He dialed. The line rang long enough to make a man think about backup plans. When Claire answered, she sounded like someone who'd read things she wished hadn't been written. Hale, she said, tell me I don't have to arrest you for arson in a county I hate. No fires, he said, just theft. Of what? Your father's ghost, he said, and Sloane's teeth, and a name you're going to love, he told her. She didn't speak for 4 beats. Of course, Claire said, finally. Of course it's her. You know her. Everyone knows her, Claire said, and he could hear the building settle around her like a dog around a bone. She's the voice in the room that never gets quoted. She keeps meetings from being meetings. She's the pause in a sentence, the part that decides its meaning. Tomorrow, he said, we bring her a question she can't file. Be careful, Claire said. People like Armitage don't use knives. They use erasers. The line clicked, and the dial tone returned with its usual indifference. He set the phone down and took the bridge's curve like a man who trusts rails. They drove into the city, the Crown Vic learning the streets again. Somewhere in the rear view, a woman with controlled hair closed a laptop and told herself that if the file stayed neat, she was absolved. Somewhere in a room with an observation window, a doctor washed her hands as if water were a sacrament and looked pleased that the water didn't remember blood. Somewhere in a bar with photos on the wall, a man named Tommy poured himself a drink and didn't toast. On a street where reporters live between deadlines and apologies, Iris reached into her tote and touched the drive the way other people touch charms. If we vanish, she said, the copies don't. He died, and afraid. We won't vanish, he said, and made it almost true. They pulled up under his building because pattern is a temptation stronger than fear. He killed the engine and listened to the tick of metal cooling. The rain had relearned how to fall. Upstairs, in an office that owed him more than it could pay, he set the lock, checked the window, put the gun on the desk. Iris sat on the edge and looked at the letters still lying there, his handwriting accusing him of being himself. He made coffee that tasted like a decision. They drank it. The city exhaled outside in the language of sirens too far away to be for them. He took out the tape recorder and set it beside the drive, and the notebook from the locker, and the brass hotel key they'd outlasted. Together, they looked like the sort of altar a man builds when he doesn't believe in prayer. "You should sleep," Iris said. "You should tell me that again tomorrow," he said. He rubbed the bruise at the base of his skull and felt how memory wanted to move under his fingers. "We go to City Hall in the morning. We find Armitage's office. We ask nice once, and when she says no, then we ask like ourselves," he said. The room agreed. The rain spoke. Somewhere in the building, a neighbor's TV tried to heal a marriage no one deserved. He watched the doorway until the doorway watched him back and finally let his eyes close for a minute he hadn't earned. When he opened them, the room hadn't moved, but the city had. The letter on the desk, the one with his initials, and the sentence that never stopped cutting, lay under a new thing, an envelope that hadn't been there. Iris saw it the same instant. She didn't ask how. She didn't say, "We locked the door," because locks are social constructs and the city is antisocial. Marcus picked it up and knew the hand. Not his. Not Sloane's. The print was tidy the way apologies are. Inside, a single card. On it, 3 words, "See me, Claire." A time written under, early enough to shame honest people. A place, a side entrance at City Hall he knew and hated. He looked at Iris. Her mouth made a line that meant either of course or don't you dare be surprised. "Tomorrow came early," she said. He put the card down between the tapes and the guns and the coffee and let it join the altar. Outside, the rain changed key. They didn't sleep. Chapter 6. The Clerk Who Signs in Pencil. City Hall wore the morning like a mask that didn't fit. The stone looked clean in a way that made Marcus suspicious someone had scoured it for photographs. The plaza was a polite square of wet flagstones. The fountain lifted a soft spray as if apologizing for the rain. At the eastern side entrance, a brass door with an opinion of itself gleamed under a lintel that said public in letters half the size of the ones that said authorized. Claire waited in a patch of shadow that pretended to be incidental. A gray coat hid the badge. Tension did not. She had a paper cup in one hand and a folder under the other arm and looked like a woman who knew 3 different ways to say no in writing. When Marcus and Iris turned the corner, she didn't wave. She tipped her chin the way cops do when they don't want it on the cameras. "You got my card," she said. "You let yourself into my office," Marcus said. "I should be flattered. I'm not." "You should be alive," she replied, and that landed. Her eyes flicked to Iris, softened half a degree. "Morning, define it," Iris said. She had dressed like a footnote, dark, crisp, forgettable by design. The drive Sloane hadn't kept was a weight in her jacket. Claire's mouth twitched. "Follow me, and don't speak unless you intend to make someone resign." Inside, City Hall was hushed theater. Archways rehearsing dignity, murals pretending to be history instead of opinion, floors that made shoes confess their brand. They passed the metal detectors not because they were invisible, but because Claire said, "With me," and the guard decided to have a different morning. A stairwell delivered them to a corridor that wanted to be a spine, offices off both sides, each with a name frosted onto glass, the words fogged by the breath of bureaucracy. Claire stopped outside a door that said, "Office of Public Health Integration," and, below, Linnea Armitage, Liaison. The letters were tidy, modern, expensive. The handle was not locked. The cameras overhead stared with the neutral perversion of devices that pretend to be impartial. Before we go in, Claire said, understand two things. One, there are cameras in places you can't see and mics where you would not think to whisper. Two, she will treat you as if your outrage were an item on her agenda. Don't let it be. She also likes erasers, Marcus said. At least she uses them properly, Claire replied. Her hand hesitated on the handle half a second, a pause that felt like a small betrayal of herself, of someone not in the room. Then she opened the door. Linnea Armitage rose from behind a desk that had learned curves from yachts. She was taller than her plaque suggested, and, today, draped in charcoal and understatement, her hair, precisely arranged, suggested two things simultaneously: restraint and a team of people to enforce it. She smiled the way an attorney smiles at a man who thinks the truth is admissible. Detective Donovan, she said, I didn't expect you quite so early. You wrote the time, Claire said. Armitage's smile widened. Then I am both efficient and forgetful. Her eyes slid to Marcus and Iris, catalogued them without visible interest. And you brought guests. I brought parties of interest, Claire said. We're closing some loops. Armitage gestured to chairs as if performing magnanimity on a stage. The office was not large, not small. The window offered a view of trees designed to be neutral. The bookshelf behind her mixed law, policy, and taste. A framed photo on the credenza showed a ribbon cutting without faces. The ribbon itself had more pixels than the people holding it. Marcus did not sit. Iris sat and looked like a colleague who hadn't decided whether to like the meeting. Claire stayed standing beside the door, an axis. City liaison, Marcus said, letting the words weigh. You put your name on the donor wall at Hartwell. Armitage's eyes did a thing, microscopic, a blink that measured. We support many public-private partnerships, she said, as does the department, as does the city of New York. He Havre, you supported Project Echo, Iris said. She placed the drive on the edge of the desk, a talisman in plastic. We have the scripts, the contracts, the directories that say your office approved funding disbursements under a shell you named. Armitage's gaze went to the drive and came back clean. You have illegally obtained proprietary materials, she said. You are in a city office. Shall I have someone show you to a legal one? Try, Marcus said. Claire looked bored in a way that should have warned Armitage. It didn't. Armitage steepled her fingers, a small cathedral of control. Detective Donovan, what do you need? A reasonable answer to a simple question, Claire said. Who authorized Hartwell's cognitive suite expenditures in Q1 2 years ago? Armitage made a face that could have been sympathy for the absurdity of calendars. Budget lines move through committees like water. You know this. I know how many signatures sit under a line like that, Claire said. I want the one with your name next to it. Detective, Armitage said, gentle and just short of condescending, policy integration is not authorization. It is coordination. My office ensures that partners public-private talk to each other with verbs that align the city's interests. We do not approve purchases of chairs. You paid for the straps, Iris said softly. You just called them furniture. Armitage glanced at Iris again, this time with a curiosity that looked expensive. Miss Lang, isn't it? You wrote about infant mortality on the South Shore last year. Strong work. I regret your paper lost a hand in the printing press. Iris didn't blink. We're still printing, for now, Armitage said, and smiled as if offering weather. Marcus leaned on the desk, not because he needed to, but because it would irritate her. You know why we're here. Sloan spoke through her building. Kincaid spoke through silence. "I need your voice on record." Armitage tilted her head, let the hair move in a choreographed nod. "Record of what?" "Addison Vale," he said. "You used her. You used me. You fed a program through a pipe labeled benefits and called the steam good for the city's pores. You put blood under the word policy and congratulated yourself on keeping the sidewalk clean." "I see," Armitage said, as if someone had chosen the wrong salad. "Mr. Hale." "Hale is fine," Claire interjected, a check in a sentence. Armitage acknowledged it with a fractional eyelid. "Hale," Armitage repeated, gentle. "You misunderstand my function. I am not a doctor. I am not a police officer. I am not an ethicist. I am a hinge. Doors swing more cleanly when they are properly hung. And when you pick who gets to walk through them," Iris said, "what do you call that?" "Governance," Armitage said, without malice. Claire had watched the exchanges in stillness, letting them write themselves on her face. Now she moved, not much, just enough to shift the air. "Linnea," she said, using a first name like a warrant. Sloan ran a conditioning program that crossed the line between therapy and weapon. It employed an active detective under color of medical research and resulted in at least one death and the corruption of a dozen cases. "Your signature appears on the interagency memorandum that created the partnership." Armitage's hands lowered, fingers separate, long. "It appears there because my office signs interagency memoranda," she said. "We sign to attest to routing, not content." "Then you'll have no objection to us obtaining the full routing," Claire said. "All drafts, all emails, all calendar invites, all minutes." Armitage smiled again, this one smaller. "Detective, a subpoena will get you what you think exists. What exists is not always what lives on paper. Sometimes it lives on tape," Iris said, and slid the cassette across the desk like a coin to a ferryman. Armitage didn't touch it. Her eyes went hard in a new way, not cold, not even angry, protective. Of what? Marcus couldn't tell. The city, herself, the principle that rooms like this must remain calm. "Return that to evidence," she said to Claire, as if the chain of custody were a sacrament. "Miss Lang has complicated her situation by removing it." "Evidence disappears in this town," Iris said. "That's one of our primary exports." "I don't make things disappear," Armitage said. "I make them appear in the right place." "The right place being the wrong file cabinet," Marcus said. Claire put a hand on the back of the empty chair between herself and the desk and let the room weigh it. "Linnea," she said, "stop choosing the abstract. Choose English. Is no tea." Armitage glanced at the window, the trees, the reflected glass of a building across the way. When she spoke again, her voice was lower, unadorned. "You want the name," she said. "The one you can put before Kincaid's and after Sloan's and pretend the line is straight." "We want the plane of the table," Marcus said. "Who signed it from City Hall?" Armitage considered him, then the drive, then Claire. The room's microphones listened like good government. 2 years ago," she said, "the Public Health Integration Office worked with the Department of Health, the NYPD, and a private partner to explore cognitive support tools for high-stress personnel. I advocated for it because our officers were breaking faster than their cases. Dr. Sloan had results from a federal trial. She had a philanthropic fund. She had quiet approvals from men who send emails without verbs. The deputy commissioner wanted it. The mayor's office wanted the paper to say we were doing something. I ensured the paper could be signed. By who? Claire said. Armitage let out a breath like an accountant subtracting a favor. By me, she said, and by the health commissioner, and importantly, by a council whose name carries insurance. We're not children in a story, Claire. There isn't a witch in a house of candy. There's a row of signatures. You will break your hand punching the paper. No, Marcus said. We break the pen. Armitage leaned back, and for the first time a sliver of curiosity touched her mouth. And then what? Then the city remembers it has a conscience, Iris said. Armitage's eyes softened, almost pitying. The city has a budget, which you manage to the decimal even when it buys ghosts, Marcus said. There was a knock on the jamb, gentle as a rain's finger. A young man in a suit that had borrowed money from a better suit stood in the doorway with a tablet hugged to his stomach. Miss Armitage, he said, Deputy Commissioner Kincaid is asking if you have a moment to join the teleconference. Aidseed, Armitage didn't look at Claire, which is how you look at a person you've already decided to lose. Tell him I'm in a meeting, she said. The aide's eyes flicked to Claire and then to Marcus and Iris in a tiny double take his training hadn't prepared him for. With the past, Armitage said. The aide nodded, left. The door clicked in a way that would replay on cameras as professional, unthreatening. Linnea, Claire said, and the name had changed weight. We need your calendar, the invite lists, the threads that show the money and the meetings. Armitage's gaze darted to the credenza, to the framed photo of a ribbon that didn't show faces. She stood, crossed to it, lifted the frame and, with a fingernail, popped the back. She slid out the photo, extracted a thin card the size of a second thought, and set it on the desk. A key card. No label. This opens the records room, she said. Downstairs, sub-basement. The archive of agreements. You will not find it on the public map. That is, by design. Inside, you will find binders that haven't yet been uploaded because the upload queue is always one federal grant behind. In those binders, you will find routing sheets with signatures that name the people you want, and some you don't. Claire stared at the card as if it were a gun pointed the wrong way. Why? She said. Because you asked in English, Armitage replied, and because the deputy commissioner is calling to ask for my help in cleaning up a clinic that should never have had a theater. You did that clinic, Marcus said. I facilitated, Armitage said, the same way I am facilitating this. Be careful what you choose to turn into a weapon, Mr. Hale. Everything has two sides, and both cut. Who else is on the sheet? Iris asked. Armitage met her eyes, and here the pity became respect. Not the commissioner, she said. He doesn't sign. He nods. Not the mayor. He smiles. He travels. The council who handled the Hartwell partnership is Fallon Pierce. The health commissioner at the time was Gabriel Soto. And, she added, almost as an afterthought, the city attorney assigned to risk was... She stopped. Claire did not move, but something in the room did. A new tension, as if a string had been tightened on a violin that hadn't played in years. Was whom? Marcus asked. Armitage's eyes went to Claire. You know her, she said softly. Claire's jaw set. Say it, she said. May Donovan, Armitage said. Your mother. The air left the room. The microphones didn't know what to do with silence that size. Iris's gaze went to Claire, and then away with the decency of a person who understands that families are rooms with their own physics. Marcus thought of Seamus and the storage unit and the page where he'd written, keep her outside, and felt the old ache rearrange itself. No, Claire said, almost calmly. She handled public liability for sanitation and procurement. She didn't work health integration. She rotated for 6 months, Armitage said, assigned to mitigate risk on emerging partnerships. She signed standard boilerplate hold harmless indemnity, the things that keep the city from bleeding in court. She signed as May Donovan, city attorney. It will be on the routing. Claire put her hand on the back of the chair again because it was either that or put it into the wall. She didn't look at Marcus. She's dead, she said. She has been for 8 years. She can't. Armitage raised a hand, not to shush but to bracket. She cannot be guilty, she said. She can be present. There is a difference. Men like Kincaid prefer you not see it. Marcus wanted to cut Kincaid's name out of the air and staple it to something alive. You're giving us the key, he said. What's the price? Armitage's smile returned, bright as frost. You stop pretending I am a villain, she said. You recognize me as a function. When you tell your story, you make room for the part that says, the city is a machine. It does not love you. It does not hate you. It excretes outcomes. You want absolution, Iris said. I want accuracy, Armitage said. It is the closest thing to absolution we can afford. The door opened without knocking. Kincaid walked in with a face like a budget surplus and a suit you didn't notice until you had to testify to it. 2 men in bland ties flanked him. He carried calm like a permission slip. Detective, he said to Claire. Lang, Hale. He looked at Armitage last and longest. Is there a reason my teleconference includes fewer people than I expected? Armitage tilted the keycard so its gold edge caught the light, then palmed it out of sight. Deputy Commissioner, she said. We were discussing a retrospective. I had fall wired. Kincaid's eyes ran the room and picked up the tape like a coin. He didn't reach for it. He looked at Claire, and the old familiarity, collegial, paternal, control disguised as mentorship, showed its thin wear. May I have a word with you? He said, not a question. In a minute, Claire said, which was insubordination in 4 syllables of neutrality. Kincaid's eyes cooled a degree. He half turned to his men. Secure the hall, he said. They stepped out with professional reluctance. I'm told, Kincaid said, that a clinic had a minor systems failure last night. I'm told, Marcus said, that Hartwell learned electricity. Him. Kincaid's gaze touched Marcus and moved on. 1 part contempt, 3 parts calculation. This is not a room for performative guilt, he said. Miss Armitage, assure me that the city's partnerships remain inside their lanes. They do, Armitage said, and the sentence did too much work for its frame. Kincaid's attention landed on the drive in Iris's hand now. Miss Lang, he said, possession of stolen digital property is admissible, Iris said, when it contains evidence of a crime. She smiled in a way that did not reach kindness. And newsworthy. We can do this with subpoenas, he said. Or we can do it with handcuffs. Or we can do it with doors, Armitage said, and Kincaid's head turned, annoyed. She held his gaze. I have opened one. Kincaid saw the weight of the sentence, cocked his head a fraction. He did not ask what door. The question would leave a record. He looked back at Claire. Detective Donovan, he said. Walk with me. Claire didn't move. Here, she said. We'll walk here. There was a world where this conversation would have cracked into shouting. This wasn't it. Kincaid took a breath. a long one. "Claire," he said, "there are rooms where you are the most valuable voice. There are also rooms where you are a problem. Don't make this that room." "You made it," she said, "when you signed for a program that turned my profession into a laboratory for other people's plan Bs. That program saved lives," Kincaid said. "If you want numbers, I'll have them for you by lunch." "It cost one," Marcus said, "named Addison Vale." Kincaid looked at him with the eyes of a man who dislikes being addressed by people he did not invite. "This is departmental." "It's personal," Claire said, "and municipal and criminal. And if you keep trying to reduce it, it will expand." Kincaid's jaw flexed. He stepped back a half step, not retreat, reposition. "You have 15 minutes, he said. "Do what you think you must." He didn't look at Armitage. "Make sure the city is not embarrassed," he said, and left. The door closed with a soft kiss. The room exhaled. Iris looked at Armitage with new evaluation. Armitage didn't return it. She reached into a drawer, pulled out a plain envelope, and slid it toward Claire. "Take the stairs," she said. "They're less observed." Claire took the envelope and the key card. She didn't say thank you. She nodded to Iris, to Marcus, then pivoted and left with the pace of someone who could be intercepted but wouldn't be. "Why?" Marcus said to Armitage. "Do I believe you're not helping us so much as helping the city's self-image?" "Because you are not naive," Armitage said. "Bring the tapes. Bring the binders. Tell the story carefully. Leave my name where it belongs." "Between Kincaid and Sloan?" Iris asked. "Between the idea and the outcome," Armitage said. "Where all the rest of us live." They left the office by the stairs Claire had chosen and descended into the building's bowels, caverns of bureaucracy that smelled like paper, dust, and the insistence of air conditioning. The sub-basement had no people and many ghosts. The archive of agreements hid behind a door that said "Mechanical," with a narrow stripe of red tape across the bottom, as if a code only maintenance knew. Claire was there already, because, of course, she was. She held the envelope in one hand and the key card in the other, and wore a look Marcus had seen on the faces of firefighters after the building stops trying to kill you. Not relief. A readiness for the next thing that will. The keycard reader blinked and accepted. The room inside was larger than it had any right to be. Rows of shelves, binders with spines facing outward, labels typed in fonts from different administrations. A rolling ladder wandered the aisles like a sheep who had given up. The air hummed with electricity and old ink. Claire strode to a section labeled 2019-2023 Interagency and pulled a volume with a weight that argued. She set it on a table and opened to the alphabetical index. Iris hovered at her shoulder, eyes fast, lips moving silently as if the letters were a prayer. "Hartwell," Claire said, and flipped to a tab that had been innocently ignored for 2 years. Routing sheet, signatures, there, in neat bureaucratic order. Linnea Armitage. Liaison, Office of Public Health Integration. Gabriel Soto, Commissioner, Department of Health. Fallon Pierce, Counsel, Interagency Partnerships. May Donovan, Assistant City Attorney, Risk and Compliance. The ink should have been dry. It felt wet to the eyes. Claire stared and did not swallow. Her hand lifted toward her mother's name, stopped a centimeter above the page, and stayed there like a hovering thing that remembers fire. Marcus did not speak. Iris didn't either. In a room whose microphones were probably as tired as the shelves, they let the quiet be a boundary. "She signed boilerplate," Claire said at last, and her voice had the rasp of someone sandpapering a fact. "She didn't know what Sloan would do. No, Marcus said. She knew what the city does. She thought this would be another line. It was a line we fell through. Claire's mouth changed shape into something he had never seen on her and did not want to again. Copy the page, she said. Iris was already pulling the phone, the scanner app snapping high-contrast images with a soft sound like a tiny guillotine. Claire turned pages. Minutes, calendar invites, an internal memo with Armitage's phrasing, "Ensure the therapy suite language avoids carceral connotations." Another with Kincaid's, "We need outcomes, keep it clean." A third from Sloan to Pierce, MH beta responses promising. Propose expanded alpha trial, and in the margin, a note in an unknown hand. Public optics? With a smiley face that made Iris's knuckles whiten. Footsteps in the hall. Not many. Not running. The pause that said, courtesy before interruption. Claire slid the binder shut and placed it back on the shelf and locked the expression on her face. Iris slipped the phone into her jacket. Marcus put his hands on the table like a man being reasonable. The door opened. A man with an administrator's haircut and a badge on a lanyard poked his head in and saw 3 people who could fire him or arrest him or both. "Hi," he said, brightly doomed. "We, had a sensor trip. Are you?" "I'm Detective Donovan," Claire said, showing him the badge she'd concealed for the first part of her life and now wore like a small weapon. "We're conducting a records review. You can log it." "Oh," he said, the vowel scaling from fear to relief. "Okay. Is." He closed the door and went away the way people do when they feel they've done the right thing by accident. Claire exhaled. The room returned to them like a dog invited back on the couch. "We can't walk this binder out," she said. "We can walk the images and pray to gods we don't believe in, that the upload queue doesn't suddenly accelerate." Iris tapped her jacket. "We walk the images." "And May," Claire said. "And this time, the name belonged to someone you bring flowers to on a day you prefer to forget." She put her hand on the binder's spine and squeezed once, as if waking it, then let go. Back upstairs, city life resumed its polite hum. Clerks cross-filing, aides carrying coffees, hallways doing their long mile. Claire moved like someone on the precipice of a choice, and then stepped over it without looking down. "Armitage will cover herself," she said. "She always has. Kincaid will try to argue outcomes to the press. Sloan will publish a paper that defangs our accusations by preempting them. We need something they can't word away." "The tapes," Iris said. "Seamus's and Addison's, Sloan's scripts, the speaker array, and your father," Claire said to Marcus. And it wasn't a question and wasn't an accusation. He recorded his own confession the way men who teach themselves virtue sometimes do. "He left me a door," Marcus said. "We crawled through." "Then pull the hinges," she said. "I'll get the warrant for Hartwell's servers with names on it that make judges nervous. Armitage gave us a room. We'll use it." "She gave it to keep the city pretty," Iris said. "Fine," Claire said. "We'll smudge its lipstick." A text buzzed on Iris's phone, a number she hadn't labeled, because labeling is a way of loving, and she didn't love sources. She read the message and paled in a way she allowed the room to see. "What?" Marcus asked. "Tommy," she said. "O'Grady's. He says 2 men asked for Seamus's trunk. He told them it burned in a fire. They smiled and ordered drinks and said they'd wait in case it unburned." Claire was already calculating routes. "You can't go back to your office," she said to Marcus. "You can't go anywhere your feet remember. Sloan will try to pull you into a room. Kincaid will keep the press out of it. Armitage will file the narrative in a drawer labeled regrettable. What do you suggest? Iris asked. Claire handed Marcus a key fob he didn't recognize. My sister's place is empty. She's with her kids upstate for a week. It's a walk-up over a florist that smells like forgiven mistakes. Go there. Get the drives onto clouds that don't hold city weather. I'll call you when the warrant breathes. Marcus took the key fob. It was heavier than it looked and had a tiny plastic rose on it that made his throat want to do something it didn't in public. Claire, he said. She looked up. Your mother, he said, because saying nothing felt wrong. Signed boilerplate, she repeated, not to convince them, maybe to teach the words where to sit inside her. I'll bury her where she belongs. Not in this, not by Kincaid's hand, not by Sloane's. He nodded. Iris touched Claire's sleeve, a brief human thing in a building that tries to excrete those. We'll call when we're safe, she said. You won't be, Claire said. Call anyway. He as 8. They left by a side exit that poured them into a narrow street where City Hall pretended to be a courthouse's cousin. The sky had begun to consider blue. Traffic decided to exist. Marcus and Iris walked like two people, late for a meeting they wanted to ruin. At the curb, a black sedan idled with the kind of patience that means, we are your morning. Marcus clocked it and kept walking. Iris did too. The sedan did not move. At the corner, a florist had set out buckets of new color, tulips with the alarm still in them, daffodils that looked like surprised mouths, irises that made Iris smile despite herself, because we are too much for poets sometimes. He looked at her, and then at the flowers, and then at the reflection in the window. The sedan had eased off the brake and was kissing the curb like a shy insult. 2 men inside, not cops, not amateurs. The car's plate wore a state they didn't live in. Keep moving, he said, and they did. He threaded alley to alley, cut through a service passage, climbed a set of stairs that pretended to be private, and led them onto a block that smelled like bread. The sedan reappeared 2 streets over, the patience of policy. He ducked into a garage and came out the far side into a delivery lane. Iris followed without question, her breath a metronome that learned his tempo. By the time they reached the walk-up over the florist Claire had promised, the sedan had decided the game was long and could be played later. The florist's bell rang them in with a note that sounded like a cheap harp. The woman behind the counter wore gentle scorn like jewelry. You're Claire's friends, she said. She called. Upstairs. The apartment was neat in the way that suggests chaos elsewhere. Plants grew in dignified silence. A couch invited truth and naps. Marcus shut the door, slid the chain, looked at the window for the angle a lens would prefer, closed the blind. Iris cleared the coffee table, took out the drives and the cassette and the notebook, and arranged them like instruments before a performance. She opened her laptop. We put this everywhere, she said. Personal cloud with 2-factor, 3 friends at other papers, a server in Iceland, a photographer swore by, and a kid in Queens who owes me a favor from when I didn't print his name. And Seamus? Marcus asked. Seamus gets a memorial he didn't plan for, she said. And a sin he did. They worked. Files moved with the sluggish energy of systems that don't love justice. Iris typed with fingers that had memorized and recovered and refused. Marcus paced odd L-shaped routes between window, door, sink, and memory. When the first upload finished, Iris exhaled like a swimmer. She turned to him and said, "We're past the point of no erasers." "Good," he said. "Let them learn pencils are sharper." He crossed to the window, lifted the blind a fraction. On the street, a small child pointed at a display of sunflowers and laughed like defiance. The sedan didn't show. The city, for a moment, resembled a civic brochure. He hated it less than he expected. His phone buzzed. Claire, warrant in process. Judge wants 5 hours for ethics to bless it. I have 2, working. Then, be ready to move. They'll try you before paper does. He typed back, we'll sing first. The reply was a thumb. Then, if I call from a number you don't know, it's me. If I don't say squirrels, it's not. He stared, smiled despite himself, and typed, squirrels. Got it. Iris snorted when he told her. She's a poet, she said. She's a Donovan, he said. And the name had changed weight for the 3rd time that day. He turned back to the table. The cassette lay there, stubborn. He picked it up, felt its cheap plastic edges, the contour of a thing that holds someone's last sentences. He thought of Addison's voice at the end, the way it had refused to tremble until it did, the way it had placed Seamus in the line of names and then reached for someone else holding the paper. He thought of Armitage's desk and her clean fingers and the way she had said accuracy as if it were a life raft. He thought of Sloane's voice in the vents and Kincaid's calm and the sign that said public in letters smaller than authorized. Then the door shook under someone's polite hand. 3 quick knocks. Silence. 2 slow. Silence. Claire? Iris mouthed. Squirrels, Marcus said. Because we need rituals when the city removes promises. He crossed to the door, didn't open it. Password, he called. A woman's voice. You said squirrels. I say acorns. He opened the door a fraction. Claire stood there alone. Her hair, which never panicked, had decided to. Her coat was unbuttoned, the badge invisible, an envelope in one hand, and something else under the coat pressed against her ribs. May I come in? She said, polite and quiet and urgent. He let her in, slid the chain, turned the deadbolt. She crossed to the table and put the envelope down next to the cassette. Ethics wants a review, she said. They say Hartwell is complicated and public bidding processes are delicate and the city mustn't be embarrassed. You have 2 hours, Iris said. I have 20 minutes, Claire said. Kincaid will drop by my desk. He will bring coffee and a conversation and leave with anything not nailed. She looked at the drive. You moved it? Everywhere, Iris said. Good, Claire said. She produced from under her coat a small black device that looked like a radio that wanted to be useful in a war. And we're going to embarrass the city anyway. What is it? Marcus asked. A transceiver, Claire said. Evidence van model. It talks to every police radio in a district if you trick it correctly. I borrowed it. We're going to broadcast the tape. On the air? Iris said, equal parts horror and delight. In the clear, Claire said. Open channel. The scanners will pick it up. So will 6 blogs that post traffic out of boredom. If I can jump it to FD, we'll make firefighters listen to Sloane talk about cognitive therapy between alarms. And if I can hop to EMS, we'll make paramedics hear Kincaid say, keep it clean. That's not admissible, Marcus said, though his mouth did not sell the objection. No, Claire said, it's inevitable. After that, the judge loses the luxury of deliberation. Iris was already threading a cable from the recorder to the transceiver. We'll need a clean power source, she said. The tape will warble if the line wavers. I brought a battery, Claire said, producing one the size of Consequence. She set it down with the satisfaction of someone who's been waiting to break a rule and pick the best one. Marcus looked at the door, the window, the world. He heard Sloane's voice in a theater, and Armitage's in an office, and Seamus's in a microcassette player, and Addison's in a subway car. He felt the off-rhythm second heart in his chest, the tape, the story, and decided. "Do it," he said. Claire flipped 2 switches. The transceiver hummed to life, a low purr that made the table a stage. Iris pressed record on her phone, because you always record your crimes when you mean them to be good. Marcus placed a finger on the play button of the cassette recorder and looked at the 2 women who were holding the city on a table with him. "Ready?" he asked. "No," Iris said, grinning like defiance. "Good. Let's do it." He pressed play. Static. Then Addison's voice, clear as water hitting cold glass, the confession that wasn't hers and the indictment that was everyone's. Somewhere, radios woke and leaned in. Somewhere, scanners lit. Somewhere, men in black turned. Somewhere, a city that excretes outcomes heard itself and, for one small, sharp second, did not like the smell. Chapter 7. Open Channel. The first voice to answer Addison's was a dispatcher who didn't know she was speaking into a new kind of fire. "Units on the 2-to-1. Be advised we've got." And then she faltered, because her own voice had to make room for a dead woman. The transceiver sprayed the room with the quiet electricity of attention. Radios in squad cars, clipped to belts, nested in firehouses, tucked against paramedics' rib screens lit, tiny LEDs blinked. Men and women in uniform turned their heads and heard a stranger call one of them by his first name. "Marcus," Addison said. "And you could hear the years in that syllable. If you're listening, it means I didn't make it out." Iris leaned in and watched the meter on the little war machine tick. Claire had her hand on the battery like a talisman and her eyes on the door as if physics were negotiable. Marcus stood still enough that stillness became movement, his breath lifting, the tape rolling, the city's heartbeat skipping mid-beat. Static hissed, and then the kind of silence that makes rooms nervous. Addison's words ran out into the ether like water looking for level. On a street 20 blocks away, a patrolman pulled over and turned the volume down and then up and said nothing to his partner. On the 3rd floor of a firehouse, a woman in socks stopped at the top of the stairs and listened with her hand on the banister. In an ambulance idling outside Elmhurst, a paramedic raised his eyebrows and reached for the scanner app on his phone as if the world had just decided to talk. The knock came halfway through. Not polite this time. A fist made out of announcement. Claire didn't look. She said very softly, 90 seconds. Iris mouthed, "We need 3 minutes," and turned the gain down a hair to keep the signal clean. The tape climbed toward the part where Addison says the name that breaks another life in 2. Marcus could feel it coming, the way the body knows certain diseases before the tests do. He thought of Seamus on the microcassette, of the storage unit safe with its little black gun and confessional diagrams, of Claire's hand hovering over her mother's name in the binder. He thought of secrets, and which ones deserve their weight. The door jostled the chain like a man playing with jewelry. A voice, "Police," Claire answered without moving. "Passcode." A pause, then a woman's voice that had learned to work with stone. "Squirrels." Claire made a face at the wood, the rare luxury of not trusting a trick she invented. "Who?" she said. "Donovan," the voice said, closer now. Iris and Marcus looked at Claire. She held up a palm that said, "Wait," and a glance that said, "Run." "Say it," Claire called, buying time with a ritual. "Acorns," the voice replied. Claire moved to the door. unhooked the chain, but she didn't open it. She shifted the deadbolt half an inch and then set it back, a small insult, only the observant catch. "Now the other passcode," she said. "The one we didn't write down." Silence. Then, flat. "Open the door, detective." "I'm busy," Claire said, and walked back to the table. Iris met her eyes, respect acknowledged in a fast, fierce flash. From the hall, "We can do this with courtesy or with a warrant." "Hey, don't had 8 IFs, desum. We're doing it with radios," Iris muttered, checking the VU meter again. The needle flirted with the red. She kissed it back into safety with a tweak. "Seamus Donovan taught them where you break, Marcus," Addison said, and the air in the room changed temperature. A murmur rose in a dozen stations, slow and complicated. Somewhere a rookie said, "What the?" and his sergeant told him to shut up with the tone the job teaches. 10-4, the dispatcher said on one channel, while on another the union rep, who monitored the frequencies for PR disasters, spit coffee on a desk he didn't own. The door shuddered again, this time with a shoulder that knew its strength. The frame groaned. The florist downstairs called up, "That's antique," as if the trim could be shamed into fortitude. 30 seconds, Claire whispered. Addison's last climbed the breath before the thing that made the corners of the city lean in. "Someone else holds the paper," she said, and you could hear her choose careful over cruel. The tape hissed, the whisper in the duct, the hand over the mic, the future pressing its mouth on the past, and then her last words, "Don't let him write the ending." Iris toggled the transceiver to rebroadcast. The words looped, as if the city had to hear itself more than once to believe. The door bucked hard enough to crack paint. The chain stretched and held, miracles being cheaper than lawyers in this neighborhood. "Cut," Claire said. Her thumb slid a switch. Iris stopped the tape. The room sagged as if something heavy had finally left, and you missed the weight even if it killed you. Silence. Then 3 things happened in a row. First, sirens not downstairs but in the transceiver's little speaker, sharp and rising units calling in with words like, "What channel is this?" and "Get me a supervisor." The city roared. Second, Claire's phone buzzed and she looked at the screen and said, "Do not answer any numbers you don't know from now on unless they meow." And nobody laughed. Third, the door stopped complaining and a voice on the other side became reasonable. "Hale?" It was a man's voice this time, older, tired in the way morning is when morning isn't. "We don't want to break a florist's wood. Let us in." Marcus went to the door and put his mouth to the seam. "Who's we?" "2 uniforms, the man said, "and the fire inspector, because whatever you're doing just interfered with half the district's scanning. We have to log that." We knocked. "Then knock," Marcus said. He could feel the apartment building listening too. These old walls remember everything. The uniforms left, walking on eggs because they'd heard the tape. The fire inspector lingered long enough to mutter a warning through wood like a secret. "Somebody's asked for building permits down the block to inspect the lines. They don't smell like city. Don't be here." Then he went away to prove on paper that he'd fulfilled his function. Claire closed her eyes once. Hard. "We lit the fuse. Now we watch who runs to stamp it," Iris said. Marcus packed the transceiver fast. Iris fed the tape into a sleeve and slipped the sleeve into a book that looked like it might have once wanted to be read on a beach. Claire gathered the drive, the battery, and the kind of courage that isn't useful in court. "I'll take the heat," she said. "Officially, you never saw that device. Unofficially." She stopped because you can only say unofficially so many times before it becomes law. "Move," she said instead. The florist downstairs met them at the counter with a bouquet she had assembled during the broadcast dahlias and eucalyptus, and a single white rose in the middle like a jury foreman. "For luck," she said, and handed it to Iris. "Also for camouflage. No one stops a woman with flowers." Outside, the city was trying very hard to look ordinary. That meant it wasn't. People who never looked up did. Cars that never idled did. The black sedan from earlier was gone, replaced by a white van with a magnetic sign, City Electrical. The font tried too hard to be government. "Not ours," Claire said, under her breath, as if the van were a person whose shoes she could appraise across a room. Cortec plays civil service when it wants to feel wholesome. "Can we get to the car?" Iris asked. "We won't need it," Claire said. "We'll open the city under them." They cut into the alley, then a courtyard where laundry argued with weather. Claire moved like someone who had counted these bricks as a child. The plaza beyond housed a farmer's market on Saturdays and apathy most other days. Today, it shaped itself into a test. Claire threaded the pop-up tents with the bouquet as point man, Iris second, Marcus last, eyebrows down, hands empty. Halfway across, Sloan called. Not Sloan's number, a new one, blank. The phone vibrated in Claire's coat. She didn't take it out. Marcus's phone buzzed too, and he pulled it because his poison was always curiosity. Unknown number. He hit speaker and held it between their bodies like contraband. "Marcus," Sloan said, and managed to make it sound like both observation and indulgence. "You made a noise." "You heard it," he said, "because sometimes style matters." "All of us did," she replied. "You put pain on the radio. It is aesthetically vulgar." A pause, as if she were smiling without being observed. "Meet me, bring flowers," Iris said, dry as kindling, and held up her bouquet to the air. "I prefer outcomes to props," Sloan said. "I have a proposal. Your police friend can come if that helps your conscience run faster." "Where?" Claire asked, because of course she did. "The Lydia," Sloan said. "Room 412. She let the number hang like a lure. The chair is gone. We could sit like reasonable people, like research subjects and a doctor," Marcus said. "Like adults," Sloan said. "You're out of time for theater. Kincaid is writing talking points. Armitage is deciding where to file you, and the union will adopt a stance by lunch. If you want anything more than noise, you will come talk to the woman who can certify your narrative as a treatment adverse event rather than a felony." "Translation," Iris said. "Be your own footnote." Sloan wasn't offended. "Translation," she said. "You are predictable, but not yet boring. Come now, or don't, and let cleaner hands decide." The line clicked off. She didn't wait for their answer. Real power rarely does. Claire didn't move for 3 seconds. Then, "We go, but we go on a leash we hold." "She won't be alone," Marcus said. "No," Claire agreed. "Kincaid will have a man in the lobby to pretend to be a plant. The plant will be a man. He'll call it oversight. Armitage will pretend she doesn't know, and she might not. She's choosing accuracy today. That's new." They headed up 7th, where the wind learns corners, Marcus scanning storefronts for reflective glass that would give a watching lens away. On the corner, a kid played a sax, like he was trying to teach the street to mean something. Marcus dropped a 5 in his case, and the kid nodded as if he'd just been paid to keep a promise. The Lydia was doing its best impression of an apology when they arrived. Lights lower than necessary, staff voices smaller than usual, a politeness that had learned to fear reviews. The concierge saw them and decided to be furniture. The elevator did that private hospital glide that makes you think your life is worth a better floor. Room 412 still open for the brass key because the world loves continuity in tables and locks. The bed was made again, the scarf was gone. The tape recorder on the desk had been replaced by a tablet with a clean white screen. That felt like insult. Sloane stood by the window. She had traded her lab coat for a suit that wanted to be forgiving and a blouse with a geometry that sent a message about competence. Her hair had forgiven no one. She smiled. It didn't reach any organs. Marcus, she said. Detective Miss Lang. She turned to Iris with a candor so practiced it almost seemed sincere. You did good work with the broadcast. Sloppy work, but good. It will cost you less than you fear and more than you expected. Iris set the bouquet on the desk, right where the tablet had the arrogance to be. The eucalyptus made the room remember lungs. Say your proposal, Marcus said. He hadn't taken his hand off his coat pocket. He didn't mean the gun. He meant the tape. Sloane didn't pretend surprise at the impatience. I certify, she said. I sign an affidavit. Project Echo employed an unconsented conditioning protocol on Officer Hale that exceeded the original ethical brief. I state that the death of Miss Vale is categorically unrelated to program intent and was an emergent consequence of third-party interference. I supply internal documents that support a narrative of a rogue scientist, me, with inadequate oversight. Kincaid retires a fraction early with a pension you will find distasteful. Hartwell becomes a fund that supports officers who develop panic disorders. The city apologizes in careful language. You get a headline that uses my name in the first paragraph. Miss Lang gets her prizes. Detective Donovan keeps her badge. And you, Marcus, get restitution and the opportunity to tell yourself a version of the story that lets you sleep 4 hours a night instead of 2. And Armitage? Iris asked. She places a call to a philanthropy and a resignation at the same time, Sloane said. She knows where she belongs and will relocate there. That's her talent. And Seamus? Marcus asked. He did not look at Claire. Sloane's cool eyes warmed by a measurable degree, like a thermostat permitting a degree for company. A good man who made a mistake, she said evenly. He is dead. We do not prosecute the dead. We do not saint them either. We give them plaques. You can choose the photo. Claire's jaw ticked. And what do we give Addison? Sloane's answer was as gentle as cruelty gets. A memorial fund, she said. You can put truth in the name. People enjoy that. Iris laughed once, sharp. You're offering to cut your own head off to spare the body. I am offering conservation, Sloane said. Something you will want when the next fire is not metaphorical, because the city does not stop needing outcomes when you ruin today. Marcus looked at the mirror that wasn't a mirror, saw himself again in 20 small shards. Memory nudged, as it had in the locker the nonsense music, the strobing, the gasoline phantom, but now the edges of the shards arranged themselves into something less jagged. The name Linnea Armitage beamed in his head like a neat label on a drawer. Sloane's face hovered above that drawer, calm hands, immaculate wrists. Kincaid's bland power, Seamus's bad choice scabbed under it all. He heard Addison on tape. Don't let him write the ending. He heard Seamus, if you hear this, hunt me if you must. He heard Armitage, accuracy is the closest thing to absolution we can afford. He heard Claire breathe. No, he said. Sloane tilted her head. No deal, he said. His voice found a steadiness he didn't, at that moment, have in reserve. "You won't certify a narrative that makes you the only villain. You don't get to curate my guilt. You don't get to cut Kincaid out at the knee and let the city hobble happily along. We are not giving the machine a new paint job and calling it contrition." Iris nodded once. Claire didn't move, which was the loudest thing she could do. Sloane's eyes cooled back to their operating temperature. "You would prefer what? Litigation? Scandal? A commission that produces a report written by children of men you hate? Or perhaps," and here, finally, a flicker of impatience, "perhaps you would like to watch the Union tear you apart on morning radio while Kincaid performs concern and Armitage recites policy, and we all get through this with language." "Truth," Iris said, "plain and indecent in a nice room." Sloane almost smiled. "Oh, yes, that." Claire stepped forward, one hand visible, one not. "Here's a counter," she said. "You turn over every script, every server image, every draft protocol. You sign that affidavit, but you name Kincaid's office in it. You attach Armitage's routing sheets. You say the words coerced and non-consensual. And you include the line where you write in your own clinical hand, Alpha 9 MH. I put cuffs on you outside this room. Not tight enough to bruise. Cameras roll. The city gets to see us arrest the right person for once." Sloane looked at Claire with a species of admiration usually reserved for chess. "You didn't include a request to keep your job." "It's implied," Claire said. "And your mother?" Sloane asked. And it was not a threat and not a kindness, just science. "She signed boilerplate," Claire said. Her voice held. "I'll carry that. I won't carry you." Sloane regarded them as if they were lab animals that had learned a new trick. She turned to the window, looked down at the street, and sighed a small, almost contented sigh, as if someone had confirmed a hypothesis she had hoped would be false because falsehood is simpler. "You've misjudged what the city can absorb," she said. "It has a remarkable metabolism. It will eat your truth and defecate policy. But I admire your appetite." She touched the tablet, and the screen glowed. On it, a login prompt with a camera icon. It faced the room like an unblinking eye. "Say hello," she said. "No," Marcus said again. "We're done with your rooms." He turned for the door. The handle moved before he touched it. It opened onto two men with posture and hands like rehearsed verbs. The nearer one wore a lapel pin that had forgotten how to mean civic pride. The other had eyes that loved procedure. "Miss Sloane," the nearer one said, performing courtesy, "we're here to ensure your safety." "She invited us," Claire said. "We're leaving." "I'm afraid you're not," the man replied. "Detective Donovan, there's a summons for you at your desk. As of an hour ago, you're relieved pending review." Claire didn't let anything move except the corner of her mouth. It twitched in a way that meant all the things you say when you have to keep a job long enough to do something honest with it. She looked at Marcus and Iris. "Go." Sloane wasn't looking at them now. Sloane was looking at the tablet, the eye, the login. "Linnea," she said, very quietly, not to a device, but to a person on its other side. "You're going to want to hear this part." Armitage's voice came from the tablet a second later, glassy and human. "I'm already listening." "Good," Sloane said. "Prepare the narrative scaffolding. They've forced the theatrical route." Armitage didn't sigh, but you could hear her consider it. "Accuracy, then," she said. "Detective Donovan, you are on camera. Select your nouns carefully." Claire took a step that made the guards adjust their weight. "Linnea," she said, "one day soon you'll say my mother's name out loud in a room that matters. Practice now." On screen, a small pause, smaller than grief, larger than paperwork. "May Donovan," Armitage said. She signed boilerplate. "I can say it. I won't say it to exculpate. I'll say it to account." "Good," Claire said. "Start now. Start by telling Sloane to step out of the way." Sloane smiled at that and did not move. The guards didn't either. Marcus looked at Iris. Iris looked at the bouquet. She picked it up, plucked the white rose from the middle, and handed it to Sloane. "For your memorial fund," she said. Sloane took it because refusing would have made the wrong picture. The rose looked indecent in her hand. Claire moved. She didn't go for the gun. She went for the transceiver in her coat, the smaller cousin, the one with a panic function. She clicked and held and spoke not to the room but to the open city. "Unit broadcast test, this is Detective Donovan, badge 371. If you're recording, keep it." "Detective," one guard began. "Seamus Donovan," Claire said into the air. "Over them, under them, through them. This is your daughter. We're doing the thing you didn't finish." The room froze politely. The city leaned in again, tired of being quiet. Sloane's face did something then that Marcus had not seen it do. A single muscle in the jaw, a flicker at the temple displeasure. Not fear offended efficiency. "Enough," she said to the guards. They stepped. In the smooth motion that training buys and adrenaline cheapens, the nearer guard put a hand on Claire's forearm. The other moved to Marcus's side like a shadow growing. Iris stepped back and put the bouquet between herself and the man, a silly thing, human and doomed, and the man hesitated for a fraction because a woman with flowers in a hotel room is not in his manual. Marcus took the half-beat. He cut left, used the guard's own momentum, introduced his elbow to the place where compliance lives between ribs. The man's breath forgot its job. Claire turned her caught arm inside, broke the grip, stepped into the space she'd made, and brought a knee up restrained, precise. The second guard went down cursing decently. Sloane's hand went to the tablet to call for a prettier version of help. Iris snatched the white rose back. It lost 2 petals on the way and still managed to look insolent. She put the bouquet on the guard's chest and took the pin from his lapel. "For accuracy," she told Sloane, and pocketed it. They left. Not running leaves ragged pictures, but not strolling either. The elevator made a meal of their time. The lobby pretended innocence and failed. Outside, the air had found a way to be colder without being fresher. The white van with city electrical had moved half a block. 2 workers on a ladder examined a streetlight that didn't require it. The black sedan had returned because some clichés have right-of-way. "Split," Claire said. "I'll draw." "You're relieved," Marcus said. "Temporarily," she answered, mouth hard. "I don't know how to be useless." She walked toward the sedan like a person whose office was in that direction and whose patience had not run out. The sedan's engine shifted tone the way predators clear their throats. The ladder worker on the pole glanced down and then up, as if becoming a better light would help. Iris slipped her arm through Marcus's and steered him the other way, toward the park, toward trees that had learned to be privacy screens. Behind them, a polite conversation began at a car window. Claire's voice in it was patient in the way that arranges handcuffs later. They didn't stop until the city changed accents. Under the bare trees, the wind practiced an elegy. Iris's phone buzzed. Tommy again. They left, he'd typed. They took the photo from the wall. Seamus at graduation. "I stole it back when they blinked. Come get it or I'll drink with it." A selfie followed of Tommy making a face at the camera with the photo's corner visible behind his shoulder. Tommy refuses to let ghosts migrate, Iris said. Good, Marcus said. He felt the tape in his pocket like it had a pulse. He felt the weight of the day on his bones like a storm he had chosen. We have two fronts now. Sloan in the open, Armitage in the file room, Kincaid in the words. And the Union in the air, Iris said. They're going to call you a broken man who broke the department's heart. Let them, he said, though it stung. He had loved the department with the kind of love that doesn't look well on record. We give them Seamus. We give them Addison. We give them the chair. And your memory, she said, soft but not pitying. What do we give that? His low says. Nothing it wants, he said. He looked at her, at the bouquet she still carried, at the city that stubbornly refused to be one thing. We keep moving. Her phone buzzed again. Unknown number. She almost declined, then answered because some instincts are old and some are necessary. A voice neither of them expected said her name. Iris Lang. Yes, this is Linnea Armitage, the voice said. Wind made microphones honest. You will receive by courier, within the hour, a sealed envelope. In it you will find an internal audit draft never approved. Do not quote me. Do not attribute. If you must, blame a clerk. Accuracy is a virtue. Attribution, a choice. Why? Iris said. Because Sloan's offer was better theater than policy, Armitage said. And because I would like to live in a city that will occasionally call a thing by its right name. The line clicked. Iris stared at the screen until it went black. We are being given tools, she said, by people who don't deserve to decide what they're for. Then we decide, Marcus said. He looked up at the buildings, at their windows that at certain angles looked like judgment. He thought of Claire at the sedan window, receiving her suspension with dignity and violence held back on a leash. He thought of Seamus in a trunk, on a microcassette, in a bar where loyal men drink without believing. He thought of May Donovan's name on a line that kept the city from bleeding where juries could see. Tonight, he said, we go back to Hartwell with a warrant, or without one, and take the servers. Or we make it so they have to hand them to us to stop the bleeding. Or we burn it, Iris said, not as favor, not as threat, just laying a card down. No, he said, and meant it. We don't get to be the fire. We're the water, even if it drowns us. She nodded. Once. The bouquet shifted in her hands, petals catching the light like little verdicts. They turned and started walking, not to anywhere yet, just forward. The city made room for them the way it does when it expects a scene and gets a story instead. Behind them, in a hotel room with a tablet and a rose, a woman who had made a science of other people's noise sat down and learned how to listen to her own. Ahead of them, in a building with a basement full of binders, another woman decided accuracy could be a weapon if it wanted. And somewhere between those two rooms, a man with a badge and a pension watched a broadcast he hadn't authorized and asked himself which nouns would survive lunch. The radio on a passing patrol car was still turned up. A dispatcher's voice threaded through traffic and weather, and the last of Addison, now rerun by a blog that liked to hurt itself. All units, be advised, public information forthcoming. Stand by. Stand by, the city said, and Marcus, for once, did not. Chapter 8. Paper Cuts. The city tried to turn the day back into paperwork. It always does, after you make it listen. Radios dimmed. The blog that had rebroadcast Addison on a loop discovered ad inventory. Kincaid's office issued a statement that didn't use the word tape and used the word context twice. If you were standing far enough away, you could pretend nothing had changed. We weren't far enough away. The courier found us just as the market stalls went to lunch. He wore a messenger bag and the look of a man who doesn't know whether a note is heavy until he hands it over. "Lang?" he asked. Iris nodded. He gave her a thick, legal-sized envelope sealed with the kind of tape that makes a sound like an argument when it goes, "No sender." On the flap, the neatly printed return address of a city office that would deny the existence of stationery. "Thanks," Iris said. "Don't thank me," he said. "The woman said if anyone thanks me, I'm supposed to forget which floor I was on." "Which floor were you on?" she asked. "I forget," he said, and left before truth could make him complicit. We found a bench half under a tree that had declared neutrality. Iris cracked the seal. Inside, 20-odd pages of an internal audit draft, the cover stamped draft, divided by "Do Not Circulate," the way some people stamp "Forgive Me" divided by "I Won't." The title, Programmatic Review, Cognitive Support Pilot, Hartwell Partnership. Armitage's fingerprints weren't on it. That was the point. But they were in it in the way the sentences chose verbs, in the way the numbers preened. It was the city talking to itself in a mirror it hoped never to show the public. Claire scanned the executive summary and snorted a laugh into her sleeve. "Listen," she said, dry. The pilot explored non-carceral cognitive reinforcement techniques to assist high-stress public employees in trauma adjacency. "Non-carceral," Iris said. "That's the worst lie they've told, and they've told them in bulk." Claire kept reading, skimming with the muscle memory of 1,000 incident reports. Here, Subject MH demonstrated increased situational recall under Protocol Alpha 9, visual plus auditory. Adverse events, dissociation, elevated heart rate, unpredictable affect. "Unpredictable affect," I said, "like an allergy." I bruised the chair. Iris flipped to the appendices, the place bureaucrats hide bones they intend to bury later under landscaping. Her finger stopped on a page with a table. She put it between us like evidence on a good table. Adverse event log. Each row, neat, date, subject code, protocol variant, responsible clinician, outcome, mitigation. AV, she read. Omega test. Outcome, fatality. Mitigation, public safety note drafted, incident classified as arson. Clinician, Sloan. Oversight, Kincaid. Liaison review, Armitage. Claire's jaw worked. She turned the page. Another entry. "Ah," she read, and looked at me. Arthur Hennings. Protocol, N divided by A. Outcome, deceased. Mitigation, partner firm personnel action, no program attribution. Oversight, Kincaid. Liaison, Armitage. Counsel, Fallon Pierce. It no. The words lay there, polite and rabid. Iris took a photo with the habit of a woman who knows paper can vanish even in your hands. Claire tapped the row with the edge of her nail and left a small white crescent. "The audit knows what Sloan said out loud," she murmured. "It just shaved it into nouns you can misfile." "Look at the footers," I said. "There, smaller type, asterisk. Draft prepared for internal review by Risk and Compliance, pending legal." Not May Donovan's name 8 years too late, but a template she would have recognized. I could feel her signature trying to float up through the paper like a watermark denied. Iris stacked the pages and slid them back into the envelope. "We need a room we can trust," she said. "Tommy's," I said. Tommy's is a rumor, Claire said. We need a lock that hates everyone equally. The library, Iris said. Special collections. The archive room in the back that smells like old revolutions. The librarian thinks cops are a genre. She won't call Kincaid because she doesn't answer unknown numbers. Claire looked at her watch, then at me. Go. Upload this draft everywhere you put the tapes, but title the file like a budget request, and nobody will open it until dinner. I'm going to find a judge who likes the sound of her own gavel. You're suspended, I said. She smiled, with less teeth than usual. So I can't make arrests. I can still make friends. She peeled off with the envelope's duplicate set tucked under her coat. Iris and I threaded the market until the smell of onions surrendered to the smell of paper. The library was built like an apology for other buildings. We went up the marble that cracks like old bread, then back through the social sciences that should be wilder, then down into special collections where it is always fall. The archivist on duty was a woman with 2 buds of white hair positioned like warnings and a cardigan that meant she took the temperature of your nouns. "Phone's off," she said, without looking at us. We obeyed. She slid a visitor's log our way that asked for names and reasons in that order. Iris wrote, "Research in the latter field," and the archivist nodded, like that was the first sentence spoken today that made sense. We took a table under a brass lamp and spread the audit pages into a map. Iris pulled her laptop and a cable from her bag. It ended in an Ethernet connector, the kind of antique you keep when you don't trust wireless to keep a secret. She hunted the port under the table. The library still uses them for the way thunder likes wires. She named the file Innocuous Nonsense, DO HFY 21, Supplemental Notes V5, and sent it on the same path the tapes had taken, only slower, with the ceremony that fiber likes. By the time it finished, the librarian had decided not to care that we existed. We stood, returned our passes, and walked back into the day. The city had chosen gray again. That meant it was thinking. On the way to O'Grady's, we cut past City Hall at a distance that gave Stone less posture. A press gaggle huddled on the steps like birds who'd lost a tree. A man with a microphone asked Kincaid a question, and Kincaid responded by flattering the question with a sentence that murdered it. Behind him, a woman held a placard with the name Addison in letters she had smeared herself. O'Grady's smelled like grief and disinfectant. Tommy looked up from the far end, saw us, and lifted a glass in a gesture that could have been hello or leave or both. The photo he'd texted was on the bar next to him, face down. I flipped it. Seamus Donovan at graduation, blue in the eyes, cocky in the mouth, his arm around a fellow recruit with hair that had decided to stay in 1 decade longer than fashion wanted. The frame was the cheap, kind bars used for photos that tell them how to feel. The glass had a nick in the corner where someone had used it as an ashtray years ago. "Don't take it," Tommy said. Some nights he and I look at it and decide not to apologize. "We won't," I said. Iris was already studying the backing. She slid a fingernail under the tabs that hold the cardboard in like a bad idea. She popped them, eased the photo free, and held it to the light. "Dear God," Tommy said, "if you're going to find 3 microfilms and a confession in there, do it quick. A man could become a sentimentalist if you leave a photo out too long." "No microfilm," Iris said. Her thumb traced the mat. "But," she added, "our friend Seamus liked layers himself." Behind the photograph crisscross tape, old, brittle, was a strip of paper, long and narrow, the color of city envelopes that never reach their intended homes. Iris teased it free. A line of numbers ran its length. separated by slashes and small, careful symbols. Not coordinates, more like addresses arguing with dates. Tommy leaned in and whistled low. "That's his hand," he said. "He wrote tighter when he was hiding it from himself." I copied the string into my notebook, reading aloud. Garrison divided by 11B, Queen Stacks divided by 4 North, BLKVLT, Dock E divided by Cage 3. "Black Vault," Iris said. "Dock E, Cage 3. Brooklyn Navy Yard," Tommy said. "The only place left in the borough where men store steel and secrets on the same shelf. They rent warehouse cages to film crews and firms that like to call themselves security. If Seamus stashed something, he picked a room with a leak." "Garrison 11B?" I asked. "Garrison Institute's annex," Iris said, already dialing the map in her head. "They keep overflow records in a basement named after a benefactor who prefers disguises. Queen Stacks, that's at the Central Branch, 4th floor, back of the North Reading Room. You don't find those. They permit you to be near them." Tommy refit the backing into the frame with a care he couldn't afford. "If anyone asks," he said, "we broke nothing and stole everything. We'll bring it back," I said. "No," he said, "you won't. Bring me news. Bring me the absence of a man's name where it shouldn't be. That's enough." We paid the tab over his protest and stepped back out into weather that had decided to mean it. The walk to the Navy Yard was too long for the day we had, so we took a car that didn't want to be ours and returned it by afternoon promise. The yard squats between history and utility. Men who work there wear sweat like business cards. We flashed a contractor pass that had expired and was printed from the internet and smiled the particular smile that opens gates in cities built on pretending. Dock E was a row of mouths under corrugated eyelids. Cage 3 was spray-painted in a stencil font that tries to look legitimate through uniformity. The padlock was heavy enough to think itself a judge. Iris looked at the lock and then at me. "We do this clean or loud?" "Clean," I said. "Sloan has enough soundtrack." I worked the picks into the keyway and felt the pins interrogate my hands the way old cops used to interrogate kids. It took a minute and the kind of patience you can only buy after you've paid for other things. The shackle popped with a sound I liked too much. Inside, industrial shelving, the humility of metal, boxes labeled with codes that would look anonymous to anyone not looking for ghosts. One box, taped in the cautionary way of men who've lost too much, faced out from shoulder height. Donovan, personal ret. I didn't grab it. I slid it toward the edge like a man steadying a patient and opened the flaps. Inside was a mess that had decided to be organized for my benefit. 3 more microcassettes with handwriting I'd heard, a leather folio with a zipper whose teeth remembered cigarettes, a cheap notebook packed with a decade's worth of confessions. Seamus never asked anyone to absolve, a key ring with 2 keys tagged with letters GI11B and QS4 Newtons, and a badge. Not his. A visitor's pass for Hartwell that would have gotten him through the service entrance without anyone arguing, dated 9 months after the fire. He hadn't stopped. Iris blew out air in a line. He kept working a case after he died. He kept dying after he worked it, I said. We didn't have time to sit there and be sentimental about a man who had taught us all our bad habits. We took the folio, the tapes, and the keys and retaped the box with the care that makes a room think it hasn't been robbed. The car smelled like damp rope and a plan. We drove out the way we came in, nodding at a guard who knew the world runs better when you overlook a little. Garrison Institute's annex sat in a church basement that had learned to love filing cabinets. The woman who ran it wore a crucifix and a stare that dared you to make her use it. I showed her the key. She looked at me, then at it, then at me again, and finally at the cross like she was asking for advice. It gave her none. 5 minutes, she said, and the minute hand on the wall clock became a metronome for judgment. Unit 11B was a rolling shelf that made a sound like a sigh when I pulled it. Inside, 2 banker's boxes and a tin that once held cookies and now held something that rattled when I shook it. I opened the tin. Inside, a ring folded paper keys, a locksmith's impression kit, a folded note addressed to me. Hale, if you're here, either I died or you're bored. The Navy Yard holds the bones. Queen Stacks holds the blood. Hartwell holds the teeth. Bring a wrench. S. Queen Stacks, Iris said, and I heard in her voice the strange pleasure she gets from libraries that permit subterfuge. The Central Branch's North Stacks are myth if you ask a librarian about them politely. They are a rumor if you pretend you lost your way. We did the second. Iris led us through a warren of shelves that thought themselves continents. The air cooled, the lights stopped caring. A small hallway, a door that didn't want to be a door, assigned staff only that had put a lot of men off their lunches. The key labeled QS4 Newtons fit a lock that hadn't been thanked in years. Inside, quiet, deep, and successful, a few metal cabinets with combination dials like jewelry. The second from the end wore the dust of a decade. I tried the old cop trick: birthdays, precinct numbers, badge digits. It despised me. Iris tilted her head. Your mentor was narcissistic, she said, and spun the dial to the initials S divided by E divided by D in numbers 1954. The handle gave. She didn't gloat. That's why she's more dangerous than most men I know. Within, a single envelope marked with an X, and that was all. Inside the envelope, a glossy 8x10, one of those stage ceremonies in City Hall's old chamber, heavy velvet drapes in the background, donors pretending to like chairs. In the foreground, Kincaid, hair still honest, Sloane, younger and already bored by cameras, Fallon Pierce, counsel, amused by everything, Gabriel Soto, health commissioner, surprised by nothing, and at the far edge of the frame, almost cropped out, Linnea Armitage turning away from the photographer to speak to a woman whose profile you didn't forget if you grew up in the house. Mae Donovan, no smiles, just 2 women, a fraction of a second off, in the act of deciding something. On the back, in Seamus's hand, who signed first, who blinked. Watch the hands. Iris took a photo with a reverence you can only learn from losing things. She slipped the original back. Some relics work better as legends. By the time we reached the street, Claire had texted, warrant in hand. Judge hates me. Bless her. Server seizure authorized with name specificity. I need bodies that don't wear badges. Then, meet at Hartwell, 16. I called FD. Fire inspection. We'll make a sprinkler cough. We had 2 hours. We ate a sandwich standing up and decided not to admit we needed it. Iris fired one more copy of the audit into a server in Denmark owned by a man who prints postcards from dictatorships and calls it art. The clouds darkened like they had something to say and were too tired to say it nicely. At 1548 we parked in the same gravel pull-off and walked the culvert again, because there's no point believing in new miracles if the old ones still work. FD trucks idled at the front gate with lights not quite on. The drivers smoked in a way that read as off-duty and wasn't. A city fire inspector with the look of a man who once wanted to be a poet checked his clipboard and shook his head at a Hartwell supervisor with a polo shirt that had never been laundered at home. Claire stood by a hydrant with a warrant in a clear sleeve, a rolled-up canvas bag at her feet, and the relief that comes from having a legal sheet of paper that says, "Kick the door." She wore civilian clothes, so nobody could scream the rules at her. 2 FD guys nodded at her like cousins. One slipped her a length of hose they weren't using. She saw us, took the folio from my hand, tucked it deep in her bag, and didn't bother with preambles. "Server room first," she said. "Then theater. Then their archive if we can get it. Kincaid is delaying a raid under the premise of interagency review. We're exploiting fire code." "You called a fire on purpose," I said. "I called an inspection that revealed systematic neglect of sprinklers near sensitive electronics," she said. "Ethics loves euphemisms." We made the maintenance door again. No bump key, now irony. The door stood open for the inspector's convenience. The smell of lemon had been replaced by the smell of something more honest. Hot dust. Fear. Inside the server room, the racks still blinked like cities at night. But someone had stuck a sign on the end of the aisle. "Decommission in progress. The paper cover for a digital purge." Claire held up the warrant to the camera and then to the rack like it could read. "Copy stopped," she said to no one and everyone. "Seizure commencing. He is to all my nosters." The FD man, the poet, uncoiled the hose, fitted an adapter in a way that said he'd done this in less lawful contexts, and misted a ceiling head until the sensor sobbed and the valve gave. The sprinklers in the hallway went off like reluctant applause. The alarm system coughed and settled into a register of complaint. "Go," Claire said. Iris slid a drive into the console and started imaging the boot volumes, the kind of copy that tribunals understand. My hands pulled the hot swappable trays with the nonchalance of a thief, labeled them with adhesive numbers Claire had brought, and fit them into anti-static sleeves like babies into blankets. A guard pounded on the glass and found it was rated to keep him an audience. Sloane's voice came through the ceiling with the flatness of a woman who refused to shout. "You are committing multiple felonies." "Doctor," Claire said to the air. "So are you. The difference is my paperwork has a ribbon on it, which you may not hold tomorrow," Sloane said, almost amused. "That's tomorrow's problem," Iris said to the progress bar. "Today belongs to obsession." We worked the room like a small, efficient storm. On the last chassis, a little red light winked stubbornly. Iris frowned. "Air-gapped," she said. "Local only. Somebody's personal trophy." "Open it," Claire said. "I need 10 minutes and a favor from God," Iris said. 3 minutes and blasphemy," I said, handing her a tool. She popped the side panel, looked at the board, smiled the way a woman smiles at a puzzle she didn't want and got anyway. "It's not a server," she said. "It's a recorder, a local cache for the theater. The button on the front isn't real. The real button is under the chassis." She found it. The little unit whirred and coughed a disk into her hand, a thin SSD in a bracket that had no brand because some things are manufactured by the desire not to be discovered. She slid it into a sleeve and wrote on the label in block letters, "Theater divided by local." The corridor outside thickened with uniforms, not cops, corporate. Cortec learned from city men, don't rush, thin the blood with presence. An administrator type with a clipboard and an expression that wanted to be reasonable appeared, practiced lines at the door. "Inspector," he said to the poet, This isn't necessary." "It is," the poet said, making a note that probably read "man annoyed in polo." "You have a corrosion risk above a rack adjacent to a supply with a history of pressure anomalies. It is, in fact, very necessary." We left the racks cleaner than we found them, if by cleanliness you mean absence. Claire stuffed the drive sleeves into the canvas like a body bag was an inventory tool. Hearts beat faster in the building. Sloane's voice didn't return. Silence is also a tactic. The door to the theater was ajar, as if someone had fled in a hurry or wanted that to be the story. The chair sat under the ring of light like a throne a nice person didn't want. Iris aimed for the speaker array again, a reflex now, but the switch that fed the system was already off. On the platform's lip, taped down, a small silver thing waited, cheap-looking, designed to be missed. I bent. A dictaphone. Not digital microcassette. A note rubber-banded to it, handwriting that wasn't Sloane's and wasn't Seamus's and wasn't mine. I pulled the band and read, "For when you forget that forgetting was a plan." No signature. I slid the microcassette into a pocket I use for sins. "We have to move," Claire said, which is the same sentence as "we have to breathe on days like this." We took the back hall, past the observation glass that watched us without interest. In the admin corridor, a woman in quiet heels turned the corner and almost collided with me. Linnea Armitage. She wore a coat the color of decisions and a face that could corrode a mirror. For a second, the four of us, Linnea, Claire, Iris, me, stood in a human square only paper can diagram. "Linnea," Claire said, breath easy, voice not. "Detective," Armitage said, eyes flicking to the bag of drives, then to the warrant in its sleeve, then to the sprinklers still apologizing. "You are making it very hard for the city to be elegant." "Accuracy," Iris said. "You promised." Armitage's gaze landed on Iris and softened a degree. "I always deliver what I promise," she said. "I rarely deliver what people ask for." "You sent the audit," I said. "That was an accident," she said, and the lie was so neat it almost became truth. She stepped aside physically, literally, morally not, and allowed us the corridor. "Kincaid is on his way," she said. "He has found his adjectives. Sloane is assembling her nouns. You will want to be gone when pronouns start." "What about you?" Claire asked. Armitage's smile was small and honest, tiredness with teeth. "I will practice saying May Donovan and not flinching," she said. "I have an odd affection for truth that hurts properly." We left her there, the liaison between rooms that deserve each other, and cut through the maintenance level to the culvert. FD's hose chattered once more and then died. The building began to dry itself. By the time we reached the car, sirens had returned to their usual schedule, and a city attorney had texted Claire cease operations in 3 different tenses. We drove until trees turned back into neighbors. Claire didn't talk. Iris held the theater divided by local drive like a faith she'd grown suspicious of. My pocket felt heavier with the microcassette, each step an argument with a man I used to be. Back at the apartment above the florist, we took the table from Chapter 6 and convinced it to be brave again. The local drive went into a dock. Iris coaxed it awake. A directory blinked at us. Indoorsy and deceptively banal. Theater, cash, 2023 -10 -17, alpha 9, MH, odd, wave, 2023 -10 -24. Omega, AV, final, WAV, 2023 -10 -24. Omega, AV, CTRL, CAM, MP4, 2023 negative, 10 negative, 24. OBS room, LOG, text T. README, .xt. I felt my stomach decide to leave the building. Iris opened README text out of spite. The text, cash rolls every 30 days for training. Do not remove without admin token. Signed with a username, Els Loan. Open the video, Claire said. The file preloaded with the casual cruelty of modern codecs. The picture, the theater from the back angle, the observation window side, tilted down. The audio, a room trying to be a room. Then Sloane's voice, not amplified, off-screen, clinical. Subject AV, she said. Omega test, pre-exposure baseline. Addison walked into frame. She looked like every woman who has ever been told to sit and not told why. She wore a jacket too thin for fear and a mouth that wanted to be braver than it could. She's Saturday. The chair's straps lay on either side like choices. Marcus, she said to the room, and a part of me that isn't strangled by a city answered her even though the tape didn't. She wasn't looking at me. She was looking at a mirror that wasn't. Sloane asked the question scientists ask when they want the answer to justify the thesis. Addison answered as people do when they think answering buys you dignity. The lights dimmed. The speakers whispered. 3 blind mice began in that cruel tin way, and the room pulsed to the rate of men who prefer engineering over mercy. Iris's hand crept across the table and closed on my sleeve, not stopping me, just reminding me I belonged to this world and not to the one on the screen. Addison clenched the armrests, shut her eyes, opened them, looked at the mirror, at me, at whatever you call a man who's watching himself forget. Marcus, she said again, and when she said it the second time, Sloane's voice intervened, fast and unkind. Focus on the stimulus, please. Bruce. The room stuttered. The projector flashed. Something so brief, the camera almost missed it a frame. 2 frames images mixed into the strobe. A burning basement, the purple scarf, a man's silhouette shakily overlaid on mine. The things you'd use if you wanted to make a human a tuning fork. Addison stood. The chair protested. She took 1 step toward the mirror like she was going to break it with her voice. Off screen, Sloane said. This isn't about him. Addison said, it's only ever about him. And I remembered the precise taste of the air that night when she dragged me to the door that would later be called escape and told me to choose life or truth. And I chose her, and the fire chose her. And I stopped the video, not because I couldn't, because I could too much. Claire took a breath to steady the room. We have enough, she said. The audio is a bullet. The video is the gun. We don't need the trajectory. We need the trajectory, Iris said gentle, because otherwise they'll tell us we shot ourselves. She hit play. The rest didn't take long. Addison lasted through the second stanza. The projector strobed at that hateful 4 hertz, and the room taught me that the body remembers math before it remembers love. She sagged. Off screen, a shadow moved, and Sloane said, almost tender, hold her still, and another person, unseen, obeyed. There was no fire in the theater, but when Addison's breath stopped, it looked the same. The OBS room log was just as bad in a different accent. Timestamps, notes in clipped language. Subject, non-compliant, divided by subject escalates. Divided by override, applied. Divided by respiration. And then an asterisk that meant problem in a building that had removed all the synonyms for sin. At 17:14, the final line, Omega concluded, liaise per protocol. I could see in my mind the email that followed, the signature that Armitage would file in a place called something like Partnership Outcomes. We sat a minute. The city outside ran an ambulance for someone who could still be saved. This room didn't. Claire stood. I need to take this, she said of the drive. Chain of custody for the times when theater ends and the court begins. Copy first, Iris said, and did. My pocket burned. I took the microcassette out, the one from the theater's platform, and set it on the table. It looked small, insultingly so. Iris slid it into the old player that had been living beneath the table since we decided the past mattered. Seamus's voice. Not the log voice, the bar voice. The one he used when a case had stopped pretending to be difficult and started being mean. Hale, he said, I told myself I would leave you alone when the city tapped out. I lied. If you're hearing this, then either you remembered without me or somebody forced it. Either way, you're a better detective than I was in the end. There's a name you don't have yet. It's smaller than Kincaid and harder than Sloan. She signs in pencil and keeps her erasers clean. She runs the liaison's office because she never makes a scene. You will want to hate her. Don't. Make her choose. A pause. Then, softer, I asked May to tell me if this was a mistake. She said everything is, and then you correct. She signed boilerplate and told me to stop looking for absolution in places that don't merchandise it. I forgave her. Forgive me less. The tape ended with a scrape and something that might have been a glass set down too hard on a trunk. I had nothing to say to his ghost I wouldn't later regret. Claire put the theater divided by local drive into her bag like a priest taking a relic. Kincaid will pretend ignorance, she said. Armitage will pretend language. Sloan will pretend science. I am done pretending. Press, Iris said. Tonight, not in a scrum on the steps, in a room with lights where they can't claim they didn't hear. They'll try, Claire said. She checked her phone and made a face. Internal Affairs has a calendar invite for me titled Conversation. She looked at me. Do you trust me enough to give me rope? No, I said. And yes, good, she said, because I'm going to hang them with it. And be out. She left to walk a path of proper doors and improper uses. Iris turned to me and did the thing she does when the world has asked too much and she asks anyway. You have to sleep, she said. You won't, but you have to pretend. I need you to be the man who turns keys. I'll sleep when Kincaid discovers adjectives aren't armor, I said. Then nap, she said. We made the room less like a war and more like a place where you can sit without a weapon in your lap. The florist downstairs turned the sign to closed and watered flowers that forgive daily. The radio on a neighbor's counter ran low news, a fire on 103rd, a traffic pattern change, the school board discovering shame. Addison's voice stopped echoing, because echoes are a property of rooms, and we had come back to ourselves. My phone vibrated with a number I didn't recognize. I didn't answer. It buzzed again. I didn't answer again. It vibrated a third time and then texted, Squirrels. Claire never wastes a joke. I picked up. Say it, I said. Acorns, Claire said. We have a window. IA wants me at 7. Kincaid wants me at 5. Armitage wants me forever. We go at 6. Press at the old auditorium on Lafayette. It has bad acoustics and no patience for liars. We? You and Iris. Me and a straight spine. Tommy, if he can keep his mouth on the right nouns. Tommy only knows wrong nouns, I said. Then he's honest, she said. Bring the audit draft. Bring Seamus's microcassettes. Bring the theater cash copy. The judge will meet us on stage, not officially. She's bringing too much caution and a pen that wants to be a sword. And Sloan? Will bring herself, Claire said. People like her don't know how to be late to the story. She hung up. Iris looked at me, and then at the clock, and then at the bouquet which had begun to open in the heat like a verdict. What? I asked. Do you want to win? She said. Or do you want to be right? I don't know anymore, I said. Then aim for both, she said. Fail interesting. And he willed his. We packed the drives and tapes into a bag that used to belong to a reporter who wrote about housing and died of something the city doesn't count. I wrote an index in my own bad hand and taped it to the inner flap so that when someone found us dead in a ditch tomorrow, they would at least find a table of contents. By the time we reached the old auditorium on Lafayette, afternoon had learned to be evening. The room was a tired lion, the seats knew sermons, the stage had heard better speeches than ours. A small knot of press had gathered, the ones who aren't afraid of being unfed. A judge in a coat that pretended not to be expensive stood under the balcony and didn't look at us. That's how you show support without giving it a name. Claire arrived with a face like a new coin and a badge leveled to the pocket that held the heart. Armitage arrived without arriving. She stood in the back, near an exit, insurance personified. Tommy showed and sat in the third row, dead center, as if he were a choir by himself. The florist slipped into a side pew with dirt on her hands and a contempt for microphones that could sanitize most rooms. Kincaid was late by 5 minutes and right on time for himself. Sloan was early by 2 and hid in the wings because vanity and fear are cousins. The union sent a man who had learned empathy from PowerPoints. An FD inspector leaned on a pillar and pretended to be architecture. Claire walked to the podium and looked like a woman who had been taught not to, then did anyway. "Good evening," she said, and the words did not forgive. "We're going to talk about a program that said it was care and was a cage. We're going to play a recording we did not want to make. We're going to show you pages the city did not intend to read aloud, and then we're going to ask you to remember Addison Vale's name before you remember mine." It wasn't graceful. It was sufficient. We did the thing. Iris cued the theater cash. The lion listened with the fatigue of creatures who have heard too many prayers and learned to like some of them. Kincaid stood with his hands in front of him, like a man at a wake. Sloan didn't blink often. Armitage closed her eyes on Omega Concluded and opened them on Liaise per protocol. Tommy cried without spectacle. The florist didn't. The judge stepped forward when we finished and said, "In my opinion," which is a phrase that hides legal nuclear devices. She talked about emergency injunctions and seizures and the way the city hates when paper turns into fire. She waved a pen like a wand that works only briefly. Kincaid spoke when it was his turn, and he was good. He invoked context. He said complexity and good faith and pilot and unauthorized broadcast. He put my name in a sentence with the words compromised and trauma. He didn't mention Addison until the end, and then he said loss and a number that sounded like a budget line. Sloan asked for the microphone, and the judge said no. It was the best part. Armitage never approached the stage. When reporters tried to drag her to the front with questions, she held up a hand and said, "Accuracy." And they moved on because some words have the weight of money. After, in the half light, The judge took Claire's warrant in both hands as if she were warming herself and said, "Before 7, you have my blessing. After 7, you have my sympathy." "Then we finish before 7, Claire said. We were packing when my phone buzzed again. Unknown number. I let it live on the table. It buzzed a second time. I picked up. "Marcus," Sloane said. And because the room was now empty, the way she said my name moved around more. "You have your spectacle. We have your room," I said. "You have a copy," she said. "We have the server." "Not any more," I said. "Not that one," she said, pleasant as a bank. "The Black Vault. You have a piece of its address. You don't have the map." I looked at Iris. She looked at me and reached into her pocket and touched Seamus's note with the room names like they were coordinates. "Brooklyn Navy Yard," I said. "Dock E, Cage 3. Sloane smiled in her voice. "Not that vault," she said. "The one with a clerk who doesn't answer to Armitage." "Who then?" "Lang," Sloane said, and it startled me enough to make me honest. "Do you want to find out, or do you want to keep playing at being water? The vault is the river. It will carry you." She hung up before we could choose. Iris unfolded Seamus's strip again, the numbers and slashes and letters beginning to make a sick kind of sense. She pointed at one code I'd read as an address for a shelf. "BLKVLT, Dock E divided by Cage 3, she said. He meant more. He meant Black Vault with capital B, capital V. Not the Navy Yard. The off-site municipal archive for sensitive civic assets. It's run under an old contract nobody reads. Not the city. State. Where?" She pulled up a map inside her head and set it on the table like a glass. "Queens," she said. "By the water. A cold building that pretends to be a box store. No signage except a number. The kind of place Armitage doesn't control, which is why Sloane smiled. Claire rejoined us with a face that had used all its lines for the day. "Kincaid will throw me at a wall in the morning," she said. "Bring something I can bark with." I handed her Seamus's note. She read it twice. "Black Vault," she said. "Good name. Terrible business. We go." We went. Chapter 9. The Black Vault. The building didn't want a name. It hunched beside the water in Queens like a box that had outlived the product. A number bolted to the corrugated skin pretended to be a sign. No windows, just vents and a pair of loading bays like eyelids that rarely opened. The lot smelled like Tide and paperwork. Claire parked 2 blocks away because pride gets cars towed. We walked the last stretch under a sky that had decided on slate. Iris carried the tote like it was a hymnal. I carried nothing visible and everything else. Claire wore her suspension like a raincoat. Not waterproof, better than shirt sleeves. "State contract," Iris murmured. "Runs on a separate backbone. If Armitage has a key here, it's ceremonial." "Then whose ceremony?" I asked. "The kind that happens in rooms without chairs," Claire said. A man in a fluorescent vest watched the bay doors and pretended not to. His clipboard held a page with one line and a lot of attitude. We didn't go to him. We went to the side entrance, the one marked "Employees Only," in a font that believed fonts could be security. Keypad, badge reader, camera. Claire tapped the keypad with one knuckle and said, 6 digits. They like dates. Iris already had the list in her head: grant approvals, ribbon cuttings, the day the mayor smiled 2 inches wider. "Try 041217, Iris said. The lock chirped once, offended but obedient. "The day Hartwell's pilot went live," she added. "They think they're clever because it isn't a birthday." Inside, air that never met weather, white walls that had learned to lie, a small lobby with a desk and a computer that begged to be compromised. The guard who should have been here was somewhere else, convinced by paperwork he didn't sign. A security camera rotated in slow curiosity. Claire smiled at it without showing teeth. "Business hours," she said. "Let's make them." We followed the hallway into a room where the building kept itself. HVAC diagrams, breaker panels, a corkboard that thought it was a brain. A laminated evacuation map said archive levels AD with arrows that pointed to a freight elevator and a set of stairs that knew what they kept. Claire planted herself by the elevator controls, reading the bureaucracy embedded in buttons. Iris found a terminal on a cart and woke it with a keystroke. The login screen offered an input field and a blurred background image of a smiling public servant holding a file like a promise. "Local login, air gap to the state network," she said. "They believe in separation of church and state until they don't." She plugged a pocket keyboard into a port that pretended to be shy. The field accepted a user, RCOPS, password prompt. She typed 6 words and 1 number, then erased them and typed 3 different words and 2 numbers. The machine consented. A menu. Retrievals divided by holdings, divided by chain of custody, divided by off-site. She chose holdings. A search box blinked. "What's our noun?" she asked. "Project Echo," I said. She typed it. The machine found nothing and scolded with a tone developed by grant recipients. "Try keywords they'd choose for plausible deniability," Claire said. "Cognitive support, liaison archive, partnership." Iris searched cog sup p alpha, and the screen bloomed with classifications, boxes upon boxes, cryptic as priests. HLI health divided by Lias divided by 2019 Q12022 Q4 NYPD NITG divided by pilot divided by audio locked Hartwell divided by there divided by OBS local. Some entries wore a small padlock icon, others an open box. "Level?" I asked. A column labeled LVL said C for most of them, D for the good ones. Another labeled CUS gave a name where names should be a lie. Custodian. F. Pierce, Iris read. Fallon, counsel. "She knew where to bury what she argued into being," Claire said. "Of course she did. We took the stairs because elevators remember your weight. Level B smelled like dust and denial. Level C smelled like oil and fresh paint, the perfume of places that expect company. We passed cages with chain-link faces and padlocks like disciplined chins. Inside, rolling stacks. Bankers' boxes labeled with numbers that hoped to be boring. In aisle C7, the codes matched Iris's screen. HLI health divided by Lias divided by 2019 Q12022 Q4 faced us in black marker. Behind it, NYPD INTG divided by pilot divided by audio locked. The padlocks metal bright from recent touch. Another cage at the end of the aisle bore a stenciled warning, Level D access by APPT. Claire held up the warrant. The document looked small under fluorescent light and felt huge in the right hands. "State building," she said. "City judge. They'll argue jurisdiction later. Today we argue gravity." She produced bolt cutters from the canvas bag like a magician revealing a pet. Iris took them. She didn't hesitate. The lock's shackle snapped with a noise that turned the aisle into a throat. We listened. No footsteps. Only the building's HVAC practicing breath. We opened the audio cage. Inside, plastic crates with foam inserts, each holding a reel-to-reel tape in a clear case. Labels in the neat handwriting of someone paid to be neat. ALPHA 9, MH Session 3, Alpha 9, MH Session 5 Light, Omega AV Final, Omega Control Cam Arch. I could feel the shape of my own skull behind my eyes. Take the Omega set, Claire said, and the ALPHA with my father's initials on them. That's me? I said. That's why, she replied, and her mouth made a line that meant, I'm not letting this room decide our grammar. We loaded a crate into the canvas bag and another into an empty trash cart because sometimes you have to look like you belong. Iris pointed to the level D door at the end of the aisle. The keypad there had a slot beneath it, the old punch card kind, square as a habit. Someone had taped over the slot. The tape had been pulled and replaced enough times to make a history of fingertips. D-level is where they keep the crown jewels, Iris said, or the junk they call crown jewels later. We took the crate first, stage it near the stairs in case we had to run, then back to the level D door. Claire tried the badge we didn't have. It blinked loathing. Iris crouched, looked under the lip of the keyboard housing, smiled like someone who'd found a coin. They never screw this side down, she said, and lifted the casing enough to expose a nest of wires and an old scuzzy connector. She snapped a small adapter into place and slid a battered card into the slot, a universal punch that might as well have been a prayer. The panel thought, considered its life choices, and went from red to green, angry about it. Stairs down, concrete that had heard confessions. Level D was colder, the lights were softer, the air tasted ionized. The cages here had solid walls and vents, not chain. Numbers didn't label, names did, in coded form. FP, PRTNRS, heart divided by raw, HLI risk divided by DFT divided by do not, NITG NYPD non-pub. At the far end, a smaller door with a rotary combination locked the color of old interest. A brass tag above it read Black Vault in letters that had never been in any RFP. Seamus's strip of paper lived in my pocket like a persistence of vision. BLKVLT, Doc E divided by Cage 3 had been a joke and an instruction. Here, Black Vault was a place. The combination? We stared at the dial and each saw different ghosts. Seamus loved dates his own, other people's, the city's. Not his badge number, Claire said. He wasn't sentimental like that. Try the fire. Ludlow, I said. The night Addison died. I spun the dial to month, day, year. Nothing. Iris closed her eyes. He wrote, who signed first, who blinked. She said softly, he would pick the day a pen moved. Pilot launch? I asked. County clerk filing, she guessed. The day the paper held the ink. She said the date and I spun it. The lock thought a long time. Then it gave the way old men forgive. Inside the Black Vault, not rows, not racks. A single room with a table and a safe and an old-fashioned dictation station, the kind that made lawyers nostalgic. A single camera in the corner with a lens like a small moon. The safe had no dial. It had a slot, another card reader, older than the upstairs one. No card. On the table, a manila folder with no mark. Claire opened it. Inside, a single sheet of paper with 3 lines. The ink glinted. I read them, felt my stomach change jobs, and read them again. to make sure language wasn't misbehaving. Contingency. By joint agreement, Armitage divided by Pierce, release package only if A. Death of principal, or B. Public broadcast threatened systemic trust. Key. May Donovan personal card. 088H. We stood there, 4 nouns and a room. The camera watched kindly. My mother, Claire said. Her city ID will open this safe. 08th? Iris asked. Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings, Claire said. She carried a second card when she rotated there. She's been dead 8 years, I said. Claire's mouth moved around a word that wasn't for us. Then, her spare wallet is in a box in my closet. I kept it to be sad on holidays. I didn't think it would open a vault. We can't go to your apartment, Iris said. Kincaid has it mapped, and Sloan finds grief interesting. Then we borrow the ghost of an ID, Claire said. OAH keeps legacy cards in their own archive for audits. The city keeps a copy of everything that can hurt it. We go there. 2 trips, I said. Here and OAH 8th. 3, Iris said, pointing to the level C crates. We need to get the reels out before this place decides it's awake. We staged it like we'd rehearsed. Claire and I hustled the audio crate to the stairs, up to the lobby, and to the car under a moving blanket, into the trunk. Iris stayed and ghosted the holdings terminal, printing a perfectly dull retrieval receipt so later a clerk would think this day was orderly. By the time we were back in the level D corridor, the building had started to clear its throat. The first sweep of a camera, the hum shift of a fan. Go, Claire said. We'll get the key. 08th lived in a municipal building that looks like it was designed by a committee and forgiven by none. The clerk at the records window had eyes the color of fresh invoices. Claire approached like someone born knowing how to make clerks choose. Polite and impossible. I need to see the retired IDs from May Donovan, she said. Risk and compliance, later OATH rotation, 8 years gone. The clerk didn't reach for a form. She reached for a feeling. This is not typical. Nothing we do is, Claire said. There's an emergency order. No, there isn't, the clerk said. There is in 5 minutes, Claire said, and turned so the clerk could watch her call the judge who had already told her she had until 7 to break the right rules. The call was short. The clerk watched a woman in a robe nod behind glass and decided to be impressed. Fine, she said, and went into a back room that smells like time. She returned with a flat gray box and a binder. The box held grommeted pouches with laminated IDs, city faces from other decades. The card we wanted sat in the second row, 3rd pouch. May Donovan, Assistant City Attorney, Temp Assignment, OATHA. She looked younger there than she did in my memory, older than in Claire's. Claire held the laminate in both hands the way some people hold tissues when they're pretending not to cry. Briefly, she told the clerk, we are going to return it. Cards are not boomerangs, the clerk said. This one is, Claire said. Back at the Black Vault, we traveled like thieves. The keypad took the date treachery again. The Level D air-tightened buildings breathe around you when you're stealing their organs. Inside the small room, the camera still watched with its idiot patience. Claire slid the card delicately into the slot on the safe. The machine woke as if from a centuries-long nap and believed in ghosts. The lock thunked. The door opened an inch and then waited for someone who remembered the old etiquette. Claire opened it smoothly, as if she'd done this every other Tuesday in another life. Inside, a thin hard drive in a static sleeve labeled BV Prime, a binder with the modest title routing, originals, and a small rectangular case with foam cutouts for 4 microcassettes. 3 were occupied. The 4th held a little slip of paper that read, "If this slot is empty, run. We're either late or just in time," Iris said. Claire took the binder. I took the case. Iris took the drive. We shut the safe and slid May's card back into Claire's coat, as if that returned her to the problem she deserved. On the stairs, we heard voices for the first time. A pair of men discussing the weather in the way men do when they are paid to discuss other things. On level C, a woman's shoes moderate heel, expensive, good arch. We moved like the air moved. At the corner, a shadow turned into Fallon Pierce. She wore a navy suit and satisfaction. She saw us and did the smallest double take a human can do while retaining plausible deniability. "Counsel," Claire said, as crisp as a charge. "Detective," Fallon said, as smooth as a dismissal. Her eyes flicked to the canvas bag, to the shape of the binder under Claire's coat, to the way Iris didn't look like she apologized. "This floor closes at 5. Day." "What closes at 5?" Iris asked. "Liability or accuracy?" Fallon's smile practiced itself on painful clients. "You will discover," she said, "that accuracy is a service the state offers in exchange for decorum." "And decorum is what?" Claire asked. "A tie?" "A habit," Fallon said. "She didn't move to block us. She didn't have to." She said, "Kincaid is in the lobby. Sloane is on her way. Miss Armitage is in her office remembering how to sleep in the afternoon. The clerk downstairs would like to know why his air conditioning is different today." "We're leaving," I said. "Yes," Fallon said, "with evidence that will take 3 committees 2 years to decide whether it is admissible, or with the kind of story that gets you a vigil and a bench." "Pick," Iris said. Fallon's gaze rested on Iris an extra beat. "You don't do benches," she said. "You don't sit well, and you don't blink," Iris said. "We're all busy." We went. The elevator would have been suicide. The stairs were merely impolite. In the level B landing, a door opened onto a narrow service corridor that took us to a loading dock where a forklift slept. The roll-up was down. A chain hung through the latch. I broke it because sometimes theater is a plan. The door rattled up and let in weather with a reprimand. We crossed the lot without hurrying. The fluorescent vest man shouted not a word we owed time. In the car, Iris slid the BV prime drive into a Faraday pouch as if superstition were an electrical property. Claire buckled and said, "If anyone tails, let them," and I drove like a law I intended to break later. We didn't go to the florist. We went to a church that had chosen to be a community center and a chess club. In the basement, the Wi-Fi ran like a rumor. Iris tethered her laptop anyway. 1 foot on the chair rung, the other on the floor, the posture of a woman splitting the world into before and after. She cloned the BV Prime, the case microcassettes, and the level C real metadata. She uploaded to the clouds, both the ones she trusted and the ones you use when you need enemies to read. Then Saturday. The city kept moving in ways we couldn't, and we let it. The binder routing. Originals held more than signatures. It held the paper between the signatures. Marginal notes in Armitage's fine hand, avoid carceral connotations. Kincaid's muscular check marks, deliver outcomes. Pierce's neat okayed where liability cowered. At the back, a stapled packet, contingency language. The same text we'd read on the vault table, but longer, more honest in its dishonesty. In the event of public dissemination, radio, social, pivot to mental health narrative, designate Sloan as primary, NYPD as secondary, Hartwell as philanthropic shield. Ensure liaison office prepares an apology that uses regret, not fault. Claire read it aloud with the dispassion of a woman counting bodies. When she was done, she closed the binder softly, the way you close a door on someone you once thought you owed. The microcassettes from the vault were not Seamus. These were meetings, voices layered like architectural drawings. Sloane's the practiced academic, Kincaid's the hard father, Pierce's the professional cynic whose job is clarity, Armitage is the hinge. They spoke in terms that tried to be nouns. They said pilot, adjacency, resilience, trust. They said risk and meant people. They said outcomes and meant math. At 11:47 on one tape, Mae Donovan's voice appeared like a cosigner. You'll need clearer indemnity, and then, almost too soft, and an exit. Paper rustled. She coughed. Someone poured water for someone else, and the room remembered its table. Claire didn't cry. She pressed her fingers once to the bridge of her nose, where migraines keep a spare key. She gave them an exit, she said. We'll close it. Iris's phone lit with a call from a number that insisted, politely, on being official. She let it go. A text followed. Press Conference 20, City Hall, Topek. Public Safety Partnerships. She held the screen so we could see the part that mattered, the list of speakers. Kincaid, Sloan, the health commissioner. No liaison listed, no Claire, no Addison. 8 o'clock, Iris said. They want to make the last word their first. We speak at 7:30, Claire said. On the steps, with the reels and the binder and the BV prime, with the judge, with the florist, with Tommy, with the sax kid if he shows. They'll cut the feed, I said. They'll try, she said. My phone buzzed. Unknown. I didn't answer. A text followed. One word. Acorns. I called back because some rituals are clever. Claire answered from across the table and rolled her eyes. Just reminding you to breathe, she said, and hung up. We geared up. That means we wrote names on envelopes and put copies where only Betrayal could find them, and then we made Betrayal do some work. We printed a single page for the press with 3 lines from the audit and 1 from the log. Omega concluded. Liaise per protocol. We put Addison Vale in larger type than Marcus Hale. We taped Seamus's strip to the inside of my coat where my hand could remind itself that a dead man still earns verbs. On the church steps, the weather considered rain and decided restraint. Iris looked at me, squinted, and reached up to straighten nothing on my collar. You've got that face, she said. What face? The one men get before they decide to martyr themselves, she said. Don't. We need you angry and alive. Angry's the easy part, I said. A girl on a scooter rolled past, plastic wheels clacking over the seams in the concrete. She looked at us like we were a movie she couldn't stream and made up a soundtrack with her mouth. For a second the city was daylight in a simpler tongue. Then it switched back. We headed downtown. On the way, a black sedan turned on its blinker at the wrong time and pretended coincidence. A white van with city electrical magnets decided the same route was natural. The radio, in someone's unmarked, chuckled at the wrong joke. Claire texted a number she hadn't told us she had. A minute later, a fire truck drifted lazily into the lane between us and the van and found a reason to stop at a green light. We drove around a city rearranging itself to let 2 women and a man deliver a box of nouns. When we reached the steps, a crowd had loitered into existence. not huge. Good. Huge means mess. This was the size that hears. The judge stood off to the side, unacknowledged, a pen in her hand that might be the one to write the word injunction where the city could see it. Tommy held nothing and everything. The florist had 3 stems in her fist like punctuation. Iris set the recorder on a portable speaker. Claire put the binder on a crate and the drives in a bag and her badge in her pocket and her mother's card in her chest. I stepped up and looked at a stone building that has made better and worse speeches than mine and said a name before any other, Addison. The microphone made that tired pop that means speak louder. I didn't. I let the name set its own volume. The crowd found the register. Cameras tilted. Somewhere in an upper window, a staffer tried to remember who Addison Vale had been told to be. I told him. We were 2 minutes in when Kincaid emerged, flanked by the kinds of men who walk in pairs. Sloane came after, controlled. Armitage appeared farther back, and if you didn't know to look for her, you wouldn't have. The commissioner's office had set a lectern with a seal and a flag with a conscience. Claire moved to stand shoulder height with our own less shiny stand. The judge stepped into the same horizontal plane, which is how you say we are equal without saying it. Iris pressed play on Omega AV, final, and the building learned English. The crowd tightened. A dispatcher somewhere sat down. In a precinct, a lieutenant turned a volume knob like a man opening a safe. Kincaid's face did nothing for 4 seconds. At 5, it did less. Sloane's jaw flexed, almost invisible, and then learned to rest. The tape reached the line about liaise per protocol. Armitage's eyes closed. When they opened, she stepped forward 1 inch, just enough to be noticed by the handful of people who always notice such things. At 7:28, a city IT man found the feed Iris was using and killed its route. She switched to a second. At 7:29, he killed that one too. She went to the third. He made a choice between obedience and curiosity and unplugged the wrong thing in the wrong closet. Half of City Hall flashed and forgot to be dignified. The crowd laughed, because sometimes bodies do the thinking. I looked at Sloane, and she looked back at me with the calm of people who survive because they have practiced. She mouthed a word. It wasn't outcomes. It might have been inevitable. Not tonight, I mouthed back. The judge lifted her pen and said into nobody's microphone, "Emergency injunction granted. Hartwell materials held in public trust pending review. Liaison office enjoined from destruction of routing documents. NYPD prohibited from internal retaliation against whistleblowers related to this matter." It didn't have the boom of a gavel. It had the bone-sure click of a joint slipping back into place. The crowd didn't cheer. It exhaled. Cheering is for the wrong victories. This one just moved the next fight closer. We ended not with a flourish but with logistics. Addresses for documents we had thrown to the clouds, a time for follow-up, a list of names of people who would answer calls. Claire leaned into the microphone and said, "My mother signed boilerplate. I will not sign that." And the city, which loves a good line as much as it resents the work after, held still long enough to take it down correctly. As we stepped away, the white van eased from the curb and the driver's window slid down. A man with a face as forgettable as a receipt said, "Hale." "Acorns," I said, "because reflexes are a faith too." He smiled without humor. "River Road," he said. "Midnight." He tapped the side of the van where the magnet claimed City Electrical and the steel beneath it claimed otherwise. "Bring the reel you didn't play." "Which one?" I said. The one your dead man left you to hate, he said, and drove off, tidy as a threat. Iris touched my sleeve. Do we go? Yes, I said, before Claire could decide better. We go because the machine sent a courier who thinks we're predictable, and because sometimes you walk into a trap to find the floor plan. And because, Claire said, and because, I agreed. We had 4 hours. Enough to print, to hide, to hand copies to people who would run when we were stopped. Enough to sharpen what we would say when we walked where the water waits. Enough to remember the smell of a corridor beneath a clinic and the way a woman said Marcus into a room that refused a heart. The city settled into night the way a body into a bed after a day it didn't earn. Lights came on in windows that had watched themselves. The sax kid on 7th played a line that learned to be a prayer and then forgot on purpose. Armitage disappeared into a car that knows every curb. Kincaid stood by the flag and listened to someone tell him he'd done all he could do and nodded because that's part of the costume. Sloan went home, or to a lab, or to a room where the glass doesn't forgive, and practiced the sentence that starts, "We regret." We walked toward the river, toward the road with its honest name, toward the place where the city puts everything it can't bear to keep seeing. The reel in my bag felt like the oldest part of me. Iris's shoulder was a metronome against mine. Claire's footfalls behind us measured the distance between 2 Donovans and a vault. Midnight is a blunt instrument. We planned to meet it with edges. Chapter 10. River Road. Midnight tasted like the river had chewed on iron all day and didn't want to swallow. River Road ran along the edge of the city where it pretends to be a throat. Black water on one side, warehouses like molars on the other, a wind that undervalues skin. We parked 2 blocks shy of the rendezvous and walked under sodium lamps that decided to live one at a time. He said, "Bring the reel you didn't play," Iris murmured. "I brought 2, I said. Alpha 9 with my initials on it. And one Seamus labeled in a way that made me angry at his ghost." Claire walked behind us, the way you shadow a pair of suspects you love. "This is a trap," she said, in the neutral tone of observation. "We walk into it because we chose the place? That's not how traps fail." "They fail," Iris said, "when the prey writes the script." We came up on a cutout in the fence, a bite that pretended to be a gate. A white van idled with its lights off, the magnet reading CICY electrical, turned sideways as if embarrassed. The driver I'd seen at City Hall leaned against the hood like he'd been told to look like a bad habit. Another man leaned in the shadow between 2 pylons, the kind of silhouette that wants to be mistaken for a post. A third presence waited in the van movement in the passenger seat, controlled, not casual. I could smell gasoline in the wind even without a can to blame. The road had learned too much of me. "Nothing heroic," Claire said. "If they show weapons, we retreat. We have the city now. We don't pay with bones." "Tonight," I said, and I wasn't contradicting her. I was promising myself. We approached without hands in pockets. The driver pushed off the van, smiling with the confidence of someone who thinks he controls the weight of a night. "Hale," he said. "I keep forgetting your name," I replied. He found that funnier than he should have. "You brought it?" I lifted the satchel so the strap creaked. "Depends what you mean by it." The passenger door opened. A woman stepped down into the cone of a light that had decided to work. Not Sloan, not Armitage. Fallon Pierce wore night like a correct answer. The small pin on her lapel was a scale so restrained it might have been a brand logo. Her mouth arranged itself into polite disappointment and left room for surprise. "Counsel," Claire said. Detective, Fallon returned. I'm pleased you could join us for a civil exchange. Civil exchange, Iris said, because she can't help it when words deserve witnesses. Is that what we're calling extortion now? Fallon's smile turned a degree. Miss Lang, you've done admirable work turning facts into weather. I'm inviting you now to turn weather back into facts, off camera, like adults who understand the shoreline between truth and effect. The driver folded his arms. The man in the shadow didn't. He was the sort of quiet that comes from hours of being nothing until a hand tells you to be something. My skin remembered jobs that paid in bruises and stood up taller despite itself. What's the exchange? I asked. Fallon gestured to the van, and for a second I braced for a pallet of newest sins. She offered, instead, a metal case the size of a hotel safe deposit box. A sticker on the handle read INTG NYPD divided by non-pub copy. She set it on the van roof as if it were a cake on a neighbor's stoop. Everything you would otherwise spend 2 years compelling by court order, she said. Internal integration memos, early drafts of the Hartwell Partnership, a sign-off from the deputy mayor's office that doesn't look like a sign-off unless you're me, an email from Sloan to Kincaid the day before Ludlow that contains the phrase acceptable parameters. This saves everyone time. In exchange for? Claire asked, already building the refusal her training demands. You give me the reel with Alpha 9 none on its face, Fallon said. You promise it will not be broadcast. You promise it will not be used to argue Marcus Hale's competence in any court, criminal, civil, municipal. You promise to represent his participation as a negligent harm he has endured, not a weapon he has become. Iris laughed softly. You're protecting your cross-examination before we even pick a venue. I'm protecting the city from your worst impulse, Fallon said. No malice, no heat, and from Kincaid's and from Sloan's. The tape with Hale's initials is a match near oxygen. It will turn this into a story about a broken cop who contaminated a precinct. Kincaid will feed that story with numbers. Sloan will feed it with jargon. You will feed it with guilt. Meanwhile, the part where we systematized cognitive harm to serve outcomes will become a footnote, and I do not enjoy footnotes when they contain verbs. You want to keep me from being a weapon, I said. I want to keep you from being used as one, she corrected. Accurately, I might add. The driver shifted, bored by nouns. The quiet man turned his head a fraction, as if listening to a second conversation only he could hear. On the river, a tug dragged a barge, and the barge pretended to resist. Why help us? Claire said. You built the hinge that swung the door. I file doors, Fallon said. I don't build hinges. She nodded at Iris, then at me. Miss Lang is correct that I am protecting my cross and, by extension, my clients. But I am also practicing a civic hobby, triage. If Alpha 9 MH enters the bloodstream, the fever goes to the wrong organ. You're asking us to bury a part of the truth to keep the rest of it alive, Iris said. I am asking you, Fallon replied, to weigh harm. We do this poorly in public, so we must do it briefly in private. In return, I give you a bag of nouns with provenance. And, she added almost gently, I get to sleep for 3 hours a night for the next year knowing I did something I won't be ashamed of when I am older. No one older remembers shame, Iris said. They remember winning. Fallon's eyes didn't soften. I remember accuracy. Claire's breath made a cloud that dissolved. And if we say no, Hebene? Fallon glanced at the driver, at the quiet man in the shadows, at the river. Then we leave, she said. And you will still win eventually, but poorer. Kincaid will have reason to bury detectives with your initials. Sloan will pivot and publish. The Union will turn Marcus into a mascot for a story nobody actually believes, but everyone enjoys telling. You will still get your injunction. Hartwell will still learn humility. And the part where we did this intentionally will still have to elbow its way onto the page. She tapped the case. Or you could shorten the road. She had chosen a pitch for us, knowing exactly how we'd hate it and exactly how much. That's counsel, and it wasn't wrong. Which felt indecent. You want to see it, I said to Claire. Honestly, she didn't blink. No, she said, but we don't get that luxury. Iris slid a look at me that contained 11 months of nights and a story about a locker and a boy's song and a chair and a woman who died where I couldn't stop it. If they turn your tape into their narrative, she said low, they'll call our anger a symptom. I know, I said. Then the choice isn't whether we keep it, she said. It's whether we let them have it. I lifted the satchel. The reels inside made that careful clack that tape makes when it remembers it's brittle. I took out 2. One said, Alpha 9, MH, Session 3 inches neat, Archivist obedience. The other said, Alpha 9, MH, Session 5 light. My hand knew the weight of them like a knee knows stairs. Which one do they want? I asked Fallon. She didn't look down. Any with your initials, she said. Those 2 are sufficient for my purposes and too generous for yours. And the other? I asked. Seamus's? You have something of his? She said, and her eyebrows did the first honest thing I've seen them do. I slid the 3rd reel halfway out. No label. Just a strip of tape with a red slash. Not Seamus's hand. Not Sloane's. Mine. Somehow, it made the air around us new with old electricity. Not for you, I said. She accepted that without drama. Do we have an exchange? Claire waited, eyes on me, hands empty because weapons would make this easy. Iris waited and didn't touch me. She knows that helps less than people think. Yes, I said, and my mouth surprised me, but not like that. I set both Alpha 9 reels on the van roof beside the case. I tapped the case. Open it. Fallon considered refusing. Then she did the thing you do when you know the other side has already decided to trust you exactly this far and you're not going to waste it. She flicked the latches. Inside, folders tidy as good sin, a portable drive, a sheaf of printed emails with headers you could taste, a memo with the deputy mayor's name on it, and phrases like public-private synergy and early adoption that other men will spend the next year trying to rephrase into innocence. Iris leaned once, eyes flick, hands off, and nodded. Real. Claire took 2 photos that accidentally included Fallon's knuckles. Fallon didn't flinch. Your turn, she said. I took the 2 Alpha 9 reels and slid them across the roof toward her. She didn't reach. I grabbed the case and pulled it toward me. The driver inhaled because he thought somebody might have to get physical. He didn't move because he's a professional. We stood there with the case halfway onto our side of the roof and the reels at hers. Then I put my hand on one reel and my other hand on the other and snapped both reels in half. The plastic broke with a wet scream. Tape spilled like guts across the van roof, the brown-black ribbon shivering in the wind. The driver made an involuntary sound. People try to call a word. Fallon didn't move. Her eyes flicked up to mine and understood the play late but understood. You asked me not to let them use me, I said. You asked me to weigh harm. Consider it weighed. Iris made a small noise that might have been grief for a story we would never have to hear. Claire didn't say my name. She didn't need to. This was a crime against evidence. It was also an act of sabotage in favor of the thing we wanted to live. Fallon breathed through her nose. That was theatrical, she said. That was policy, I said, and realized I meant it. Her mouth made a line that could have been anger and isn't allowed to be when you're counsel. She reached out and drew the broken reels to her side, as if collecting a carcass. Then take the box, she said, and be careful with my craft. We're going to publish it, Iris said. All of it. I know, Fallon said. She looked past us, into the dark where the river wasn't a mirror, and said, They'll find a way to call it care, make it hurt when they do. And you? Claire asked. Answer questions with declarative sentences, Fallon said. At a time and place of my choosing, I am still counsel. We backed away with the case, with our third reel, with the night not yet insisting on how it would end. The driver watched us go and learned restraint. The quiet man in the shadow turned his head back to being a post. 2 blocks out, we cut behind a warehouse and into a slice of park that exists by accident. We walked until the city could pretend it had its back to us. Then I put my hands on my knees and made the sound a man makes when he chooses his wound. The reels, Iris said, soft and not accusing. They were going to be their story, I said. They're not any more. It was still your choice, she said. It was mine to make, I said. Claire sat on a low concrete wall that had learned to hold teenagers at 3 a.m. You just made internal affairs' easiest case of destruction of evidence, she said. Do I get a plaque? I asked. You get a fight, she said. After a moment, good. We drove to the florist's, then past it to the library, then past it to the church basement again. Around us, the city rehearsed a big press conference. Someone wrote Kincaid's adjectives into a liturgy. Someone combed Sloane's hair into a thesis. Someone put Armitage's title on a chair she might not fill. Someone printed place cards with our names on them for a meeting we would not attend. Iris took the portable drive from the case and married it to the BV Prime copy, then into the clouds, then into more clouds. Claire took the printed memos and scanned the marks that make them admissible. I opened the case with the red slash reel and looked at it like a man who recognizes his own handwriting on a note he doesn't remember writing. Play it, Iris said. I don't know if I can, I said. That's why, she said. I threaded the reel onto a borrowed machine in the church's back room. The projector, a relic rescued from some PTA, coughed itself into being. The wall turned into a faded rectangle of expectation. The reel ticked. The sound carried the cheap clarity that only mid-century technology gets to claim. It wasn't me in a chair. It was Seamus, young enough to be beautiful in the way men are when they don't know where all the knives live yet. He sat at a metal table under the ring of light, not the one Sloane used, but its ancestor. His tie was wrong for the room. His grin was too familiar. The date stamp in the corner told a story about a year that thought itself innocent. NTG precursor divided by Donovan, S8, Confession Architecture, Pilot. The audio carried voices we hadn't heard together yet. A clinician's accent from another state, a city lawyer's measured syllables, a liaison we didn't know by name and now did. The content God, the content. Seamus had built the room we later learned to call a theater. He had suggested the chair. He had named the distance between glass as virtue. He had pitched it as a way to make confessions happen without bruises. The tape held the moment a cop became a consultant and the city wrote a check to curiosity. It held the heat flash, where a weapon learns it wants to be humane. Then it did what Seamus always did. It wavered. Halfway through, his grin faltered, and in the shake of his head you could see the man who would later hide tapes and write notes and tell me to forgive him less. He said, "You can't keep it in the box." And the lawyer said, "We can paper the box." And the clinician said, "We can make the box nicer." And Seamus said, "Quiet, it's still a box." He turned to the glass and said, "Hale, if you're out there in 10 years, don't come in here." And nobody in 1x speed realized it was from me. The reel clicked off on a shot of his hand covering the lens in rough affection, as if the camera were a friend he could comfort. The machine spun a second and then decided to be done. We sat with ghosts. They have table manners, if you let them. Claire spoke first. "He started it." "He stopped it," I said. "He tried," she said. Iris had tears she was not giving to anyone. "It's a beginning," she said, "and then, because she has to, and an ending." We didn't sleep. We worded. We wrote the sentence we would say at 7:30 before they said theirs at 8. The city cannot call harm care and expect its people to nod. We wrote the second sentence. We will not let them turn a man into their excuse for a machine. We wrote the third. Addison Vale deserves a verb the city cannot file. Then we stopped, because any more would be indulgence. 7:30 came the way early always does, late and sudden. The steps filled again, faces we recognized from other fights, faces we didn't. The Sachs kid, because I think some minor god had adopted us. The florist with her 3 stems. Tommy with a graduation photo under his jacket like a flask. I took the microphone and said the first sentence. Claire said the second. Iris said the third and then said Addison again. Because names are an instruction manual for grief. The judge nodded without moving anything else in her face. The crowd learned a rhythm and stayed. Kincaid's people tried to move the podium. They couldn't lift it. Not because of physics, because of morale. He stood in the doorway and watched a city weigh his noun and find it wanting. Sloane had the sense not to try the step. Armitage slid along a wall and did a thing that looked like breathing. Fallon stood 40 feet away under a tree that makes confetti in spring and looked like a woman who had watched someone break 2 tapes for her and sorted her opinion into more than one box. Later, hours later, statements would happen. Charges would be drafted with verbs that keep their hands clean. Sloane would retain counsel whose shoes outpriced yours on purpose. Kincaid would learn what it feels like to step down 3 months early and call it stewardship. Hartwell would post a note that pretended to be a letter to itself. The union would hold a meeting where men who had never met me pronounced my brain and my soul into opposite corners and asked them to shake hands. But in the present, the city had to chew. We had River Road still in our bones, and a Vaults card still warm in Claire's pocket, and a Reels confession still bright on a church wall. After, when the crowd thinned and cameras went to file their deadlines like obedient animals, we sat on the steps and let our spines learn stone. The florist handed each of us a stem. Iris took a daisy that didn't look like it had ever judged anyone. Claire took lavender sprigs and held them like they might instruct sleep. I took the white rose I had given Sloane because I was done with recycling my worst jokes. I stood and walked to the railing and looked at a city that had listened to itself for a minute and not hated what it heard. I thought of the phrase that had titled us The Last Confession of Marcus Hale. The city loves to call last things last when it is done with them. I decided not to be done. Here it is, I said, to the air, and Iris lifted her head, and Claire tilted hers, and if Seamus's ghost was lounging somewhere officials can't see, he raised a hand without denying it. I confess, I said, that I helped build a room I later wanted to burn. I confess that I let a woman die in a narrative I should have broken sooner. I confess that I thought making myself a target would keep other people safe. I confess that I wanted absolution from men who file feelings under other. I confess that I went back to a chair that fit me, because being hurt in familiar ways feels like honesty. I breathed. The city did too. I confess that I knew the line was wrong and walked it anyway because it was my line and I mistook ownership for truth. I confess that I wanted to hear Addison say my name one more time and I took the long way around to the fact she already had. I confess that I learned the difference between water and fire and chose finally not to be the match. Silence is a resource. We used it. And I confess that I do not repent all of it, I said, because we are not saints and saint is a job with terrible benefits, because the part of me that broke that tape tonight is the part that will keep us from letting men like Kincaid make me the reason this city gets to forget what it did. I can live with that sin. I can live with the other ones if I make them expensive. That is my last confession. I looked at Claire. She nodded, once, in the familiar language. I looked at Iris. Her face was the kind of pride that doesn't disfigure love. The judge didn't move, which is how you bless without writing it down. We cleaned the room we had made, returned cables, packed drives, handed envelopes to messengers who aren't easily flattered. Claire went to a room where men would use the word process with the certainty of the unpunched. She brought with her a mother's card that had opened a vault and the line she'd learned to say without breaking. Iris went to a newsroom that still smelled like ink in corners and wrote copy that used verbs we deserved. She filed through channels that would get killed and placed redundant sentences in places that can't be killed easily. I went back to my office. Because pattern is bolder than fear, I sat at the desk where a letter had once told me the worst version of myself in my own hand. I wrote another to put in front of it, not an apology, a map. For a man I might be again. The city did not heal. It is not a thing that heals. It metabolizes. It absorbs and excretes, and, on good nights, chooses to feel bad about what it has called necessary. River Road kept the smell, and it will for a while. The Black Vault will get a new lock. It will be worse and better. Hartwell will become a different fund with a different donor list. The men who love meetings will schedule a commission with a name like Lessons. Linnea Armitage will resign with a paragraph that uses the word service twice, and then she will take a job 1 degree to the left where accuracy can still buy her sleep. Miriam Sloan will be photographed on the day she is arraigned and the day she posts bail, and on neither day will she look at the camera like it matters. She will, at some point, say, "We regret," and she will mean it the way scientists mean error margins. She will publish under a different name somewhere that likes polite monsters. I will read it, and I will write the letter to myself that says, "You do not get to throw this paper. You get to annotate it." Kincaid will retire. He will play golf badly because you cannot learn grace late. People in kitchens will say his name with the tone you use for a nearby storm that passed without breaking your windows. He will not be poor. He will not be as happy as he told himself he would be. Seamus Donovan will keep getting toasts he didn't ask for. The bar will keep his graduation photo where men learn what it feels like to put your hand on glass and ask forgiveness from a flat. Claire will learn how to say May's name without borrowing somebody else's mouth. On certain mornings, she will feel the card in her pocket and think about putting it somewhere it can't be found. She won't. She will keep it, and it will keep her from learning the wrong lesson. And Addison won't get a statue. She'll get a plaque, eventually, screwed into a wall at a firehouse that borders a precinct, a place that sees both kinds of sirens and knows which is which. The plaque will be ugly. That's fine. Pretty things don't remember. On certain nights, a rookie will run a rag over it and say her name out loud to the room because he doesn't know he's practicing a prayer. Iris came to the office after Dawn pretended to be mourning. She brought coffee that had learned penance and a headline from her paper's website that read like a wound. She set both down and sat on the arm of the chair and put her hand at the back of my neck. We didn't have to say what happens next. It's the city. It's always next. You didn't martyr yourself, she said. Not yet, I said. Good, she said. We need you angry and alive. The recorder sat on my desk, empty. The tape that would have made me useful to the wrong people was wind on River Road. The reel that held a beginning had been spun in a church and filed into a cloud under a name that looks like a budget and has the bite of a snake. We walked out into a weekday the city had chosen. People glanced at us because the city thinks it knows your face when it needs to. They'll forget. That's fair. We'll remind them. That's the whole job. On 7th, the sax kid played something that wanted to be Amazing Grace and decided to be something dirtier because the street insisted. He nodded at us with the secret recognition of people who choose verbs for a living. We nodded back like criminals who got away with the correct thing. At the river, the wind had changed its mind. The water looked like it might forgive itself later. The road would still smell like iron. We would still go there sometimes to remember that the night was a knife we learned to hold by the blade and hand to someone who needed to cut the right rope. The last confession of Marcus Hale, Iris said, teasing the title with a smile that knew blood. Penultimate, I said. She laughed, and it sounded like a door opening onto a room with no chairs, only windows. We walked. The city went about its business of turning yesterday into something it could file. We went about ours of making sure it filed the right parts under names it couldn't erase. If that isn't a happy ending, it is a correct one. I can live with correct. I'm learning to.